track, yeah. BB on the 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 track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
BB on the track.
Yeah.
track.
Yeah.
BB on the 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 track.
Yeah.
track.
Yeah.
BB on the 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 track.
Yeah.
Finally, we are here, Dan. I'm excited. How are you?
Dude, I am so thrilled. So thrilled.
It is. It's an amazing time. The last time we were talking, we were on your amazing podcast, Passion Pit, talking a little bit about what we're doing. But now we have the exciting moment of NACL presented by Pavon Lockett, EA Madden, of course, you guys at Philadelphia Warhawks putting this together as one extensive team. And we're excited. Dan, how many players we got playing today?
Right now, we have 31 people drafting. It's going to be a 32-person team, and we're going all the way until May. So we have tons of action-packed weeks planned for you guys ahead.
It's amazing because what these people get are amazing players is they get a chance to go ahead and meet one of the top players in the world in Madden, Pavon Lockett, one of our main players, one of our main guys, and of course, surprise celebrity NFL athletes that are part of the NACL network. How do you think about that prize?
You know what? For a person who plays Madden, it's anyone's stream. It's anyone who watches the NFL stream. You know, not only if you win, you get to learn from one of the best, getting the opportunity to meet some NFL legends, past and present. that's a prize that any person would be happy to have.
Yeah, the opportunities are amazing. That's what NAC is all about, right? Connecting the real gaming community with the collegiate community on a global level. Now, before we start, let's talk about two more important things that are going to be vital. What most people don't realize is as you're streaming and airing, we are simultaneously going to be streaming in China. So you're going to have at least 500,000 to 1 million people watching you live when you're playing week after week here. And of course, we have our amazing two partners, iSun TV, where we do replays, where we're going to do the caps and the overviews of what's going on in the league, and Reach TV in 124 airports. So who knows? You might be walking on the airport during the holidays, and mom and dad sees you, and you might have won that tournament.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be crazy. I mean, we have a mix of amateur players, pro players. It's definitely going to be exciting to see those matchups, see which one of the casual players can take down one of the pro players, see how people are going to be able to adjust. Definitely going to be an interesting league, one of the first that I've ever worked on, and I also think it's one of the first of its kind.
It is, and you never need to be watching, right? You might have Alvin pop up, you might have Aaron pop up, you might have somebody else random that you don't know that's just going to show up and watch us week by week. We have different, commentators and casters. Let's talk real quick before we start about the awards. We have a various amount of awards. Is that correct, Dan?
That's right. I mean, we're going to be having awards for MVPs, best player awards. There's a chance for you to win a lot of cool cash and prizes, even if your team isn't the best. You could be sitting at 2-14 on the season, not having the playoffs. But if you have the best running back in the league and they rush for over 3,000 yards, there's a good shot that you're walking away with a lot with money, regardless of how you place and if you get to the grand finals.
That's right. And what ends up happening is if you stay on the whole entire season, it's going to lead you on to next season to get the top draft pick, which I'm excited about because I know this is going to be so successful. We're going to do season number 2. Well, let's get started, Dan.
Yes, sir. I'm excited. David, thank you so much for coming on, having a little pre-show with us. Joined here with me is Newt from the NACL. He is another fellow competitor. We're going to go ahead and get this draft rolling. Newt, how are you doing today, man?
What's up, guys? It's Newt. Sorry, I was muted for a second. But I'm doing great. Pretty excited to have this started. It's a Friday night. I mean, nothing better to do than draft your team for Madden, right?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's a Friday night. A lot going on. It's beautiful in some parts of the world. Out here in PA, it's absolutely freezing. But I'm telling you right now, man, there's nothing else I would rather be doing than staying inside, drafting with the boys. Got to meet these guys, talk to a lot of them, helping them out. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to draft with these guys. So I say, without further ado, let's get the draft rolling.
Let's go.
All right. The draft is officially underway. San Francisco has the #1 overall pick.
Who do you think they're going to go for? Who is San Francisco guy?
It's got to be Patrick Mahomes here. It has to be Patrick Mahomes.
Who would you pick getting the #1 pick?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, we're playing a single season,
Henry.
so Patrick Mahomes makes sense, but it really depends. Like you said, if they pick Derrick Henry, which they did, they would want to run the ball a lot, so they'll build their team around running rather than passing.
Wow, that to me is a shocking pick. I love Derrick Henry. I think very highly of him. That right there makes you think if that player is going to be a run-first team. If maybe rather than drafting a quarterback, he starts taking some O-line.
It's crazy.
No line, there's no time, right? That's how it works in the league.
Oh, man. Right now, the Vikings took Lamar Jackson. Ego Killer is a good friend of mine. He's a real-life Ravens fan. I know he is not happy about that pick with him being so close to being able to take Lamar Jackson.
It has to be Pat Mahomes now, right? It has to be Pat Mahomes.
It is Patrick Mahomes. Oh.
You also have a lot of numbers for tomorrow. You definitely know that.
Well, if busting on the clock with the Bills, I mean, you have Lamar Jackson taken, Patrick Mahomes taken. You start taking some of the top wide receivers, or do you still go after your quarterback right now?
Honestly, I'd go with quarterback. I have a feeling that a lot of the quarterbacks are going to get taken round 1 just because of how valuable that position is. But we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't be surprised to see a wide receiver like a Mike Thomas or a DeAndre Hopkins be taken right now too. But I think Russell Wilson's gonna be this pick. Oh, there we go. There we go. Russell Wilson.
I'm starting to think you might be looking at these picks before they happen, saying Jalen Ramsey comes off for the number 6. You got Lethal Bravo on the clock, and then you got your boy, and you know I have to go to the GOAT, Travis Fulgham, at number 8 overall.
These are amazing picks. I mean, every pick gets picked depending on your style of play and how you want it. Some of it's better loyalty. If you think Moon is tough here, you should try to play him in fantasy football. That's actually not fun because I know more about things than you know about. I mean,
yeah, but David, what happened when you and I played fantasy football this previous week? Do you want to talk about that loss you took?
yeah, absolutely. We were playing this week. I took the loss. Unfortunately, for the team that we played, but I still took the W because you're with me today and that's the W in life. So I think we have.
David, you always know what to say to make me feel special, I'll tell you. I don't know who I want to take here. Because all the top quarterbacks are off the off. I don't want Brady. You know what?
I mean, you have to got our pick.
Quarterback's a pretty important position, Dan. You don't want to go into the season without a solid quarterback. I would just let you know now. There's quite a lot of great competitors this season, and they know that it's a one-season event. Next season they're gonna draft a whole another team, so they're probably gonna go with a solid quarterback. Like you're blessed to be able to pick 8th, because I don't know where my pick is, but I'd be scared if I didn't have a quarterback to pick.
You went with who'd you go with, Dan?
I went with DeAndre Hopkins, and I'm gonna tell you why. As good as the quarterbacks remaining on the board were, none of them fit my play style from quarterback. So in my opinion, it was smarter to take a solid wide receiver there, 98 overall, than stretching for a quarterback that I know I might want to take in the later rounds.
That's a smart play. I mean, everyone's style is different. You know, then I would be interested to see what new draft, typically when I play fantasy, I know where he goes first and how he plays. You know, I'm sitting on 4 leagues this year, one of course with you, Dan, one with you. I think 2 with you, and one with another group, so it's a crazy year. So who's up on the board next? It's the Arizona Cardinals, and you know.
We have Flash, and the reason why his pick is taking so long because he's going through the same exact thing I went through. You saw Michael Thomas on the board, players like Aaron Donald, Bobby Wagner. He went with Julio Jones. I like that pick. I was thinking of him, but he leaves Michael Thomas on the board. So I wonder if he's going to rely on Julio Jones' speed to really get him over why he didn't take Michael Thomas. Because in my opinion, as much as I love Julio Jones, you can't pass up on the best wide receiver in the league.
Nia, what are your thoughts about that?
I mean, Aaron Rodgers is still on the board. I don't know what Dan's thinking about picking a wide receiver before Aaron Rodgers. Come on now. I think if Aaron Rodgers is there 4 picks from now, I'd be surprised. I'll take him in a heartbeat.
That's because having Dan doesn't work with Take Club. So that's why.
Sure, I couldn't take Rodgers, and also I couldn't take Patrick Mahomes even if he was there. You know, I am an alternate guy. You know, just unfortunately, those players, they weren't doing it for me.
I get you get the discount double check. I told you the same way.
That elite, though, he does take Aaron Rodgers off the board.
Wow. He heard me talking. He heard me talking. He's watching the stream right now. He heard me say that's one of the bad things about being a commentator and also competing.
That was a good pick.
Good pick. Dak Prescott, that's another interesting pick. I mean, he's probably not going to be there in the second round. I understand the pick.
Give him the lottery numbers on Saturday. You want some of the next numbers. It's amazing.
We got AKG. We got AKG from playing as the Jets. He is also one of the club champions for the Jets, the Madden club champions for the Jets. So he's representing his team in this franchise. I honestly don't know where he would go with this because there's still like a couple good quarterbacks. Like Dan said, it's probably a reach to pick a quarterback. I don't. Yeah. I think he goes defense. I think he goes defense.
Right now, I mean, looking at the draft board, quarterback-wise, players that are still left, you obviously right here, 95 overall Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Ryan Tannehill, Matt Ryan, Deshaun Watson. Once you get past Brady, Brady's the only quarterback left in the 90 overalls. And it really limits your play style. But hey, Deshaun Watson goes off right before Newt takes to the Lions.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Well, let's see. I really was looking at Deshaun Watson. Really want to get a quarterback, but right now, there's Drew Brees left over, Josh Allen. Kaepernick's still in the game. Running backs, Kamara's still there. I don't know when the running backs would get picked. Michael Thomas, I might have to go with Michael Thomas. It's a solid pick, right? At 14, it's really hard to find a position, especially with no QBs that are really that great. Like Drew Brees is there, but what's to say he's not mobile enough for me to pick him at that position. But yeah, I'm gonna lock it in. Michael Thomas, pick 14.
You heard it here first. Michael Thomas is off the board at number 14. You have Fleek on the clock right now. And Fleek got was chirping a lot in our Discord chat. Because Dalvin Cook, so that's another guy who might be valuing the running back position heavy. I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen his third, fourth round picks. Goes back-to-back line in there.
That's an amazing thing. I like seeing that we have the Jets, team champions, always got it out for love of Madden. The catching the prize, I think a lot too. Up to $10,000 total cash and prizes this year, Dan. For our first thing, not a bad start, for the Madden League.
Fleet God picks Dalvin Cook, so he's going to have a very strong run game.
We have Madden players on the clock right now as the Falcons.
Kyler Murray. Wow.
Kyler was one of those players I was talking about making it available in the later rounds, the quarterback that fits my play style. Henry loves to go to the Dolphins. That frightens me. I'm going to tell you why that frightens me.
The fastest receiver in the game, right?
He's pure speed. I'm gonna be watching the Dolphins all year to see what his production's gonna be, because I can see it right now. There's gonna be some glitchy play styles from the Dolphins using Henry Ruggs. But Josh Allen, he goes to the Bengals.
Cincinnati gets the big Josh Allen coming in. That's good. Unbelievable play so far. I love it. All the styles are different. It's really interesting to see people pick wide receivers and different quarterbacks. The 80-90 difference that's there. But might pick up gap for all you know. It's going to be interesting to see how they work around it. And what do you guys project the next pick for the Jets on the clock?
I think McCaffrey's still here. You still got Tom Brady, you still got Drew Brees, McCaffrey's still there. Honestly, I think it's gonna be a running back, just because the QB position right now, it's pretty thin. I mean, they're reaching for Kyler Murray and Josh Allen,
Yeah, but they might be reaching, but you also have to realize, that quarterback might fit their play style. They might like to run out. As Christian McCaffrey gets hanged off the board by the Texans, we call that with him going running back. If you need a mobile quarterback in your system, there's only a handful of quarterbacks that are going to be at your disposal. Before you start to really lose some of the accuracy and some of the throw power on those players, do I think Kyler Murray is a stretch to go in the middle of the first round? Yeah. Would I like to see him blink a little bit to draft him maybe in the second round? Yeah. Can I fault him for taking his guy that he believes is going to lead it into the Super Bowl and win him the grand prize? No.
That's a good take, Dan. So the Texans select Christian McCaffrey. So earlier the Jaguars select Jalen Ramsey. Do you think that affected the decision at all?
Taking Jalen Ramsey in the first round to me that high, just it didn't make sense. You know, quarterback play in this game is very hit or miss. You can have some of the best cards play like they're 70 overall, so you can have 70 overall cards play like they're 99. One thing's for certain, though, Christian McCaffrey's the best running back. There's no denying that. You know, Wesley definitely took advantage of pre-existing injuries being taken off. You know, so I like the pick there. I love
Tre'Davious White.
I think Daddy O got a steal at pick 21 with a 99 overall Stephon Gilmore. It's a one-year league, you know. You don't have to worry about age because you're going to have them for the season. God forbid they get hurt. I like that pick there. I think that's a solid move. I think that you let other players pick lower overalls. You know, with the pick before being Tre'Davious White, I'm surprised that he didn't tie up Gilmore. Maybe Gilmore doesn't have the speed he's looking for, but I'll tell you one thing, he definitely has the man-to-man coverage and the interception count to be your number one quarterback.
Yep. I mean, we might see a run at defensive players right now because right now, like at pick 22, you don't really have that many picks between your next one. So you can go defense right now and be safe with a solid offensive player with your next pick for round 2.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, normally in kind of Madden fantasy drafts, I tend to, not focus so much on defense for the first couple rounds, but then just go absolutely crazy on defense, like 5 to 10. I'm telling you, this year I'm not sure because I really don't, use my defense. I typically just play offense, but with us playing both sides of the ball against even each and every week, you don't need the best overall players. You just need players who fit your scheme. For me, I'm definitely going to be looking for fast players on the defensive side of the ball, especially in the middle linebacker. So I have a couple guys in mind, but if those guys aren't there when I get to the pick, don't be surprised if I take a low 70 overall who has good speed and have them be my starting middle linebacker. I don't value defense very high.
Defense?
Look, call me crazy, but I'm coming in here. I'm feeling confident that I can win. Definitely want to build my offense. And the only thing I'm going to be looking for on defense is speed, especially with pro players in the league, people who probably watch a lot of Madden YouTube and some glitchy plays. You saw the Dolphins earlier this round that Henry loves. You're going to need speed to keep up with these players.
Yeah.
On the clock, all the same 28
Bobby Wagner.
They went with Bobby Wagner.
One of the middle linebackers we were talking about earlier.
It's absolutely insane. Bobby Wagner, he's a middle linebacker that you don't even have to use her. He gives you the opportunity to use her any other player on that defense you want because of his being a field general, his awareness and everything that he possesses. You're able to let him be compete or run and trust that he's going to make those plays.
Jamal Adams, a solid pick.
I like that pick. Like you said, we might be seeing a very heavy defensive run here because these guys know, look, there's no one really worth me drafting on offense right now who's a high enough overall to make me feel confident. Let me start to bolster my defense. That's the disadvantage of picking in this later first round is a lot of those high overall skill position players that you want are gone by the time you get to. But I mean, even right now for Seattle, they still get 95 overall Devontae Adams.
Oh, there we go. You just called him. Devontae Adams, our very own Gabe Castro, NECL's creative director, selects Devontae Adams as his wide receiver.
And I'll tell you, man, Gabe knows what he's doing. I don't know for you. He's a creative joke is what I call him. Only had Devontae Adams, who's just a lot. We probably talked to Coach Carroll a little bit with our friend Henry Sanders and Mike probably was just like, he tried to go back and he got him. Oh, I'm a big fan of this Chelsea. I like that pick.
That right there, that's a great pick. In my opinion, I would have liked to see Kittle be the first tight end selected. I just think that he has speed, blocking. You know, I can't be mad at them taking Travis Kelce. George Kittle, I'm interested to see what he does. And we see Miles Garrett go to the Raiders, and boys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to look away. Oh man, my Eagles just took the real Nacl. I love that pick. Sad I'm not able to represent them, but you know what? I'm representing them where it truly matters with a jersey on my back.
Well, Big Mac, coming on in, great pick there. The Browns are on the clock. Browns have a great season this year, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? He must be a Browns fan because he went ahead and he took Odell Beckham Jr. Let's go ahead and let's see what his other options at wide receiver was. As we scroll down here, he passed on the likes of Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Mike Evans, Adam Thielen, Allen Robinson, even Tyler Lockett. I mean, you can have right here, as you see, Antonio Brown still an 80 overall in this game. I'm going to go ahead and say that's a little bit of a corner pick right there. I'm pretty sure he's a Browns fan who came in here asking if he could have the Browns. Let's be real, no one's coming in here asking if they can have it. It's just not happening.
You got to be careful there. The fiancé family might jump over and
Oh.
Well, Browns fan. Hopefully they're not watching. But OBJ is a great pick to tighten their arm of the clock with 38 seconds of first round. Super excited to see how it looks differently. And I know there's some big names out there, right?
Yeah, let's go ahead, let's see who's left on the board. We'll just go ahead and search by the wall. You have Von Miller, George Kittle, Thunder Thomas, you know, J.J. Watt is still on the board. You have a lot of offensive linemen, which I'm telling you, watch for those guys who pick running backs to take them, as well as people who took mobile quarterbacks. So as we see there, Tennessee having the back-to-back picks. They went ahead, they took Amari Cooper with their first pick. Let's see what their mindset is going into the second pick.
Do you think I think they go defense. Honestly, there's still great QBs out there, like Ryan Tannehill, Derek Carr, but I think it's a bit too early for that right now. That'd be quite a reach, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, quarterback position is definitely a premium right now coming into the second round.
Yeah, you know, like you said, Ryan Tannehill, Matt Ryan, Derek Carr, you know, Carson Wentz, Cam Newton, you have young guys like Joe Burrow, Jared Goff. There's one name that I'm not going to say because I think that's one I might go with.
You know, it's crazy because when you look at the top 10 that are still left in the quarterback area, that is, you know, 10-1 difference, right? 88 down to 78. So you want to pick the quarterback, if that is where you're playing, that is going to make a difference in how you're going to, you know, run your offense, assuming that your line is good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because the worst thing for you to do is have an immobile quarterback, someone who can't run, someone who can't escape pressure, but also not have a good offensive line to where they're consistently getting pressure thrown in their face. I didn't think we were going to see that, but I think that he also picked there. I don't think he was able to pick in time.
Yeah, TJ Watt. So TJ Watt paired up with Amari Cooper. Now we're going to everyone. We're jumping into the second round. Browns just picked Odell Beckham. Will they pick Baker Mayfield to pair up the two homers? Oh, George Kittle,
So they clearly want
a passing offense.
they clearly want to get their weapons. I don't think we saw who the Eagles got to take. He might have been on an auto pick there, or it might have just.
Eagles picked, I believe. Oh yeah, I think. Yeah, we didn't see who the Eagles got to pick. I think he jumped through. He was ready to pick. He was like, "Come on, my turn." But the Raiders pick Danielle Hunter to pair up with Myles Garrett, so they have a pretty dominant front four already. Mike Evans at wide receiver for the Colts.
We got Chandler Jones being taken by the Washington football team. Definitely going to be hard trying not to let their previous teammates put out. I mean, I still know every once in a while pops out for me, but the Washington football team takes Chandler Jones. That's one of those picks where you get a great player, someone who's very old, where we're playing a multi-year season. That might not be the best pick. But right now, it makes sense. It makes sense. You know, you don't have to worry about him retiring. You know, you're going to have a solid 94 left outside linebacker. And you have Fletcher Cox taken right after. Then Joey Bosa. So we're seeing a run on defense here early in the second round.
We're working on some static issues, trying to figure out who Mike that is. We do see everyone saying, so we are working on it. Thanks for being patient with us. But in the meantime, static is not going to stop for picking the best players to win the best game. We'll work on that as we're trying to go through. Who we got next on the drop? We got the Broncos, my own team.
David, who do you want to see your home team pick right here?
I gotta be honest, it comes down to style of play, right? But I would probably go with the quarterback right now from the 88 to 78. That's a pretty big difference. And that quarterback that's available. Someone that's a little more mobile. You know, you'd be surprised. I might even there. Because I can go out a run game. I don't think it matters.
Looks like I was able to rewatch the stream. I believe the Eagles took Von Miller.
I love Von Miller. Big man, nice guy, met him a couple times. Almost almost people with me. Got all this style. That's the 2-point leading in my opinion.
Not gonna lie, as much as I love the Eagles, you know, definitely sad to see what happened to Von Miller this year. Seeing the season get cut short before he even started.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate. When you get to older age, you're gonna really want your body and go from there. Guys like LeBron plays at the high level, although it is basketball, it's been a half a year back. You know, we talked to our buddy Flex Lewis, who's part of the NACL family, and Reggie was part of the doctors. You know, he was out in the field, he took his injury. So taking care of your body is really important at his older age. So unfortunately, Vaughn is out, but he's still around, you know, training guys on for that team.
No, absolutely. I mean, you saw your Broncos take running back Nick Chubb. Definitely good pick there. We see the Saints retain Alvin Kamara. Definitely interesting to see what's going on, who's getting picked. Absolutely enjoying this so far. We have the Chiefs on the clock now. With the way these guys are going, I don't even know who they're going to take. So it's so early, you know, we knew everything.
Yeah, you're going to have Alvin Kamara, great player, great leader, what he's trying to do. And line doesn't matter, though. If you don't have a good line, you're not going to be able to break through. So you have to find the line to make sure that works. Your line is going to be significant in order to be a complete game. I think, you know, when you have an overall play, that's going to make a big difference in how you're doing it.
I absolutely agree. Eager to see who they're going to take. Looks like they are taking this down all the way to the end. Not sure if he's in the draft or not, but nonetheless, eager to see who they're going to be taking here.
I mean, shot for $10,000 cash prizes in the weeks of 11, I would drop the team, right? So hopefully they'll get on top and go from there. And, you know, we got some sons of the lead crowd that know the Chiefs and title Titans are out of drafting, but, you know, you do what you got to do to make it through.
I just want to be able to confirm that before we go ahead and I skip to the next pick on those two teams. I do know that Chiefs and Titans. I also believe the Raiders are auto drafting. So we're going to go ahead and see what we can do with that.
Absolutely. And we're going to break and make those adjustments that we have to do. You know, working strong with auto issues that we're dealing with. But, you know, it is what it is. New York's on the clock with 57 seconds left. Where do you think we're going to go, Dan?
I mean, just taking a look here at who's still on the clock, you know, I would start going with a lot of these higher linemen. You still have J.J. Watt, you still have Nelson, who's regarded as one of the best offensive linemen in the league. You can also go with the free safety and Tyrann Matthew. A lot of good defensive linemen out there. You still have the wide receivers left in Keenan Allen and I believe we also have available wide receivers. We have Keenan Allen, Adam Thielen, Tyler Lockett. So there's still a lot of options that these guys can take. I'm eager to see who they go with. It looks like the Giants also are. I think at this point, though, rather than over young people, you gotta be going with overalls.
Yeah, you got to go straight overalls. The overalls have to match style play, style you play with some of the top players that matter. Like you said, the middle linebacker piece, the running back, the quarterback piece, the receiver piece. You know, a couple of pretty important, you know, spots. And don't forget your kicker. Your kicker is a big deal too. He's going to make here. Everybody looking everything. Laces in, laces out. Didn't matter. They just didn't make it. So that's going to come down to how people are going to play because that could be different winning and losing.
Absolutely. You know, you got to make sure that the important thing is to win these types of leagues. You need to know what you value and what works for you. You know, you can't settle. You have to be able to go into each game confident with the players you have. It's definitely crucial in when you're making your pick, which is why we see some of these picks taking so much longer. Is there's a mix of people who are auto drafting, but there's also a mix of people who they just don't know who they want to take. You know, it looks like here the Texans are also going to be on auto pick. Flipping over to the Bengals. You know, the Texans got Marlon Humphrey. That's a good pick. That's a good solid pick for them. Both are up their defense. You can't complain about that. I mean, even for the people who are auto picking, they're going to be getting the top overall players, which unfortunately might work out in their favor. You know, they weren't here for the draft, but they still got good players. You know, as you see right there, Dragons and the Dolphins, they had their picks lined up. They had so much time to get ready for who they wanted to do.
Well, as we're going through this, Dan, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about the plans and the things that we're doing for people that are listening there. Anybody can always join into NACL or what we have. But, you know, there's tens of millions of names to become a brand ambassador across all around the world. It's an amazing experience. You know, we're excited when we look like Green Bay with Aaron Jones, one of our big partners. You know, Aaron Jones, Phil Pascal, like a nice guy there. You know, Alvin Jones, another guy that's with us. Amazing guys that can really kind of work together and you get to meet them and hang out with them. And so I really see this as a different, you know, way of doing Madden. And, you know, again, I want to thank you personally because you actually brought the idea to us. And we get you and Carter, hard-working team in Ghana, and super looking forward to it.
No, absolutely. It's definitely a great thing to do. I still remember coming up with the idea on my drive home from Pittsburgh and just thinking, you know what, this is something that if it's done right could be absolutely huge. And I think it's because I knew I wanted to bring this to your attention because I knew that you were the guy who was going to be able to put my vision into a reality and not only help get my name out there, get everyone who's playing this, their names out there, and just do a lot of good in bringing up the Madden team.
I appreciate that. And then go with Mr. Watt right, for the Lions, and that's good thinking. As you obviously know, it matters to me, right? The community matters, and this is why Christian is important. The more people we have, the more viewers we have, the bigger sponsors we have. Who knows, next year might be $20,000 cap every year. It might be 15 NFL players. Heck, it might be jerseys for everybody. It's the community of Madden players and the community of our viewers that matter. The more we get, the more we want to give. You all matter to us, and that's what we really want to do.
Absolutely. We have Yano in the chat wanting thoughts on him drafting 297 overall plus speed players in the first 2 rounds, drafting Mostert and Ruggs. Again, I think it's a bold move. It definitely shows that you are valuing the speed over everything, which is something I personally also do. Mostert, I like. Ruggs, I think. I'm not sure how to feel about it in the first round. Reason being, he's only 77 overall, so with this being on all that difficulty, you're not going to get all this big animation that you would typically get on like just a pro level or rookie difficulty. It's definitely going to be tougher. I would have liked to have seen maybe a more solid pick. Because I think you could have gotten Ruggs and probably been 6 or 7 pounds at the time of the game.
Yeah, and the quicker these guys go through it, I would have had a good amount of picks ready to go each guy that's there. And that's going to make a difference. But, the picks make a difference, or when you play a difference, basically it starts with the adjustment pick, going from there, and then starting on that route, the rounds are on the clock.
So I'm just typing out to the chat because we are on the 2 minutes below. Want to make sure that they can get up to date stuff when we're for us, it's hard to know who's on auto draft because the last thing I need is to push a pick through in 30 seconds, and that person is still thinking, who do I take? So it's tough.
It is, and it looks like you figure out my friend for 7 hours, trying to figure out what we're trying to do. At the same time, we would also like to know who's on our draft people through. So we're all on the same page here, but this is the entertainment that we have, and what we're writing, and excited on that part. Who's coming up next week and they're going to go for? Dan?
It's honestly tough. You have the Chargers, Madden Elite, another pro guy, so he might be going with some players that he's used in the past, someone who knows his glitching. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm coming up in 2 picks. I gotta start thinking about who I want. I gotta start looking at some of these guys, thinking who's going to fit in my play style. I'm not gonna lie, I think I might have just found my guy.
You go with the Will Beaton Steven?
If for my picks, who's along the way, I feel comfortable going ahead and saying it. I think I'm going to go ahead and take Ryan Tannehill, get my quarterback, get my wide receiver, and then start focusing on the trenches. Make sure that my quarterback has time to throw. Thoughts on Tyreek Hill at number 5? I like it. Tyreek Hill, he's the fastest guy. He's a highly rated wide receiver. Very glitchy. Definitely going to cause some rips. I forget which team you are taker. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Make sure you're not in my division. Yeah, I mean, Taker, you're the New England Patriots, so if anything, I'm seeing you in the playoffs, but just means I have to go ahead and find a way to shut down Tyreek Hill. I love the bet. I absolutely love the bet.
Yeah, you might get someone out there that can do what they're doing great. The Steelers have been pretty impressive. And one of the guys that, has been in NACL as well, around their own tournament, Chase Claypool. Surprised, amazing. Never surprised me when he came up. I picked him in the right order draft. In different leagues, Chase has been doing super amazing, and they're up on the clock. So, rather than Chase, but the NACL faculty that he's done as well.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Ryan Tannehill. I don't want to take quarterback later in the round, but I have a secret that might come into play. You know what? got my quarterback, have my number one overall wide receiver. Now it's time to start filling in the trenches.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, tough year for the Cowboys, as you all know. 2-6, unfortunately. You know, losing quarterback after quarterback. It's been a tough time for them as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely incredible what's going on. I'm going to be buying a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey here shortly because I'm going to be representing these guys for the next, 7 months. And I got to make sure that I have everything I need in order to rep them properly.
Now let's explain why this league is going on. So I think a lot of people need to know this, right? Obviously, we're taking December and January holidays, do what you guys have to do. But the most important part is we want to try to get everybody together to play in the playoffs, right? We're trying to hedge our bet with COVID and where that's at. But assuming that we can, and the NFL players can be there during that time, we're going to have a great giant Madden party. The guys can kind of show up there right now. So it is important that we still have a whole time in the league. We'll lose their draft. We can all meet up together. We'll make that happen. That's super happy, super exciting. I hope everyone that's watching knows that, and that's why I think it's one of the different.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I'm excited. This week again is brought to you by the NACL. If you guys haven't been following what they're doing some amazing things for the collegiate area of esports. They work with over 220 colleges nationwide. They're streaming in Asia. If I'm correct, this is going to be streamed live in Asia, correct as well.
Right now, we are live streaming in Asia with 300,000 people basically watching the replay. So if you don't know, you might be one of the best players. You might pick up a deal. You might go ahead and pick a sponsorship deal. You have no idea the opportunities that exist and who's watching. I mean, some of our best partners here, like David Arthur, we started Once for Partners with the Lee Steinberg and one of our business partners at ACL. We literally hear about Lee Steinberg and David works for that stuff. So you don't know what agents are watching, what players are watching. It might pick you up pretty professional. So that is really important to keep, that team play, having that promotion. Because we're always watching, I'm always watching. You never know who will bring on the support. Think about if you want to play Madden seriously, this is definitely a place to do it. Back to you. As we're not going through all this, and we're going to go through that, I think we're okay, definitely not on the end. Back to the 49ers. Now, what do you think coming up on that spot?
So, again, this is the one. You take Zach Martin here, like I said, you're going to start to see some of these linemen coming off the board. So right now, he has, he's the guy who took Derrick Henry number 1 overall. I would not be surprised if you see another lineman come off the board here, potentially a right tackle. So that way he bolsters that right side of the line. I said at the beginning, he took a running back, he's going to value the run, he's going to get some offensive linemen pretty early in the draft. He's going to sacrifice his QB, he's going to have the top tier offensive line. That way he can just pound it around all game, really wear out the defense. Look for that, Sam. There we go. Got a left tackle, another lineman from San Francisco. He's going with the best guys.
You gotta go blindside, right? If you blindside the outside your quarterback, your quarterback got one guy a season, you're gonna be in big trouble. So I think that was definitely a good chance to be very strategic and watching what you have to watch there. The key pieces when you're putting together any team and trying to figure out the key pieces of surrounding players is pivotal in what you have to do.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. And there's still some great offensive line up. You have Quentin Nelson who again is kind of regarded as lineman in the NFL. You have Ron Armstead, who's one of the best left tackles. Ryan Staley, who got signed to a massive, I believe, 5-year, $100 million contract. I know Eager Killer is going to be in the chat correctly because he's the Ravens fan. It's still got a lot of good options. Definitely making me think of whether or not I'm going to go half that alignment. But who's interestingly still on the board? It's your boy Aaron Jones.
Hey, Aaron Jones, big contract here, great guy with a couple of guys. Starting to sort of work out. Of course, he played in our last brother versus brother championship, Aaron versus Alvin. Great pick. I mean, he's still available at the 90 spot. Really, really good players. But you have the 85 to 90. You see why they're making what they're making them. It is definitely significant to have that good line. So it's interesting. We'll see if one of you two might pick up Aaron and let him know. But I'll tell you what, every Sunday when Aaron plays, if someone playing with them, someone will say, hey, we picked Aaron Jones, and Aaron will laugh. That's what happened to me 2 weeks ago when we played against each other. He's like, I picked Aaron first. I was like, yeah, you're brother, But it's an amazing, exciting thing to see these guys as part of, the NHL family.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Dallas takes Fred Warner, amazing middle linebacker, but unfortunately that means go ahead and take the GOAT, the NACL man himself, Aaron Jones, to be my running back.
Hey.
Definitely plan on going in the trenches and giving him a workload. And when he played,
I gotta tell how nice this guy is, and you will attest to this. He comes, he eats at the restaurant, he comes downtown faces, big part of the family. But, the first second time we met him, we had 3 Aaron Jones jerseys autographed on him. His brother Albert also autographed one from Albert with some of ours. And you actually has Aaron Jones autographed jersey that we actually received from Aaron himself. So great pick, good human being, 90 rating. I'm really excited to see what you do with him. And then we have some great highlights down. I'm going to send that to him directly and let him know. In fact, any of the guys, if you pick any of our Madden players, part of the NACL family, and it's an amazing clip. I'll be sure to send it to them directly myself to show them the one that you guys have in the NACL family.
Absolutely. Aaron Jones was the running back who I already planned on targeting. I thought that would be able to get him into the 4th round, seeing a lot more people maybe drop the wide receivers. But after seeing an early running back round with round 1, I'm even taking it round 2, it was clear to me that if I went any type of run game, Aaron Jones was my best bet. He has a combination of speed, power, and elusiveness that just makes him absolutely deadly. I have him on every fantasy team. I've been very high on that man for the past few years, and I'm glad that he's starting to consider being one of the best running backs after the Packers have had a lackluster running back performance before he showed up to town. I still remember when they had Eddie Lacy, the man who beat himself out of the league.
Crazy. Terry McLaurin just getting put on by the Cardinals. The Chargers are on the mark with a minute and 4 in this round 4 as the next pick. Trying to move on and go from there. I love seeing who they're going to pick. Neil, who do you think they're going to go with? All right. You look like you might be supposed to be going back. Dan, who do you think they're going with?
I think they took Tyler Lockett, which is a great pick, especially since DK Metcalf, who's 5 overall from Weston, and got picked, about 7 or 8 picks before him. I think that's a great pick. I want to see here how I can go. Not sure how I can look at the lineup.
Well, what we're going to do right now, we have a commercial break right after this. Quick break while I continue to continue to pick. Get off the auto pick it yourself. Let's get going. We'll be right back after this short break, and we'll get back to the update. Don't forget, play for Pink. You are doing even this for November. We're selecting our state and even organic. All proceeds go to Breast Cap Foundation. Do something right, do the things that are there, and go to NACL and check out Over Pink. We'll be back after this break.
DB on the track. Yeah. track. Yeah. BB on the 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 track. Yeah. DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
DB on the track.
Yeah.
on the track.
Yeah.
BB 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 on the track.
All right, and after that break, we are back. Thank you for tuning in to us. You see there, as we come back, Robbie Anderson goes to the Washington football team. Y'all aren't going to see me messing that up tonight. Um, in my opinion, knowing the players we have in this league, my thing is to be going with a mix of high overall, and when you're going lower overall, you got to be going speed with them to keep up with it. Because honestly, in Madden, speed is the name of the game. You're going to need cornerbacks to keep up with Tyreek Hill and Henry Ruggs. You're going to need fast linebackers and fast linemen to keep up with, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes rolling out, Russell Wilson. Um, so it's in order to build a successful team, in my opinion, in this league, you need to have a good mix of drafting your high positions well to fit your scheme. When you're drafting middle, making sure you're getting good value in your picks and taking advantage of the older players. Obviously this year we have injuries on. Injuries are randomized, but there's no sense in passing up on a high overall player just because he's old when no matter what, he's going to be able to help you out. Absolutely. You know, not only that, in order to be successful in this league, you have to know where your strengths and where your weaknesses are. You know, if you're an amazing offensive player and you can absolutely torch any defense with 67 overall wide receivers, go defensive heavy because you don't have to worry about getting all those high picks on offense when you know your strength is offense. You're able to bolster your weakness. And same thing with the defense. If you're confident that you can have lower overall guys out there, you're gonna want a top tier offense going against top tier defenses. It's all about knowing what your personal strengths and weaknesses are in this game and being able to overcome those adversities. You know. Yep. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, you see right there, Matt Breida, 75 overall halfback, gets selected, but he has that speed. So this we're starting to see where these guys are going to be sacrificing higher overall players for more of a speed type player. You know, because he's going to be the kind of running back that's going to be able to bounce out to the outside, pick up those yards, and break away from deep.
Plan, but we gon' foil his plot. Heard him sneaking in, so we just ran in the spot. And then we spin the block around just like the hands on the clock. Are you irresponsible without your money or not? Thought he had a plan, but we gon' foil his plot. Heard him sneaking in, so we just ran in the spot. And then we spin the block around just like the hands on the clock. Just like the hands on the clock, I go back to back when I'm doing numbers. All the mad that I'm driving the bus, so they threw me under. Heard they mad, they don't wanna bust, so they boo each other. Think that they're the winning team, go losing, then they choose another. And that's okay, cause I'm competing with me, not you. I live with blessings like I can't stop sneezing, not you. I hate to break it, but me and myself talk too. I blow away the competition.
No, I
Just got a good pick.
Well, now I gotta get. Who knew?
Oh wait, no, that's the Lions, not the Panthers.
Maybe there's just no stream. We just go from there and just play it and figure out what happened. This has never happened before, just so you know.
No, I completely agree. I understand.
BB on the track. BB on the track. BB on the track. Yeah. BB on the track. Yeah.
Patriots are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock.
Kareem Hunt and Chris Carson, if you haven't went out and gotten your halfback, still have a chance. But I mean, another speed guy to look out for, and I might be helping out some people here. Brandon Cooks. You have Brandon Cooks, who has 94 speed, still on the board. But you know who's on the board right now there, David?
Who else?
I'm on the clock. And
All right.
the person who I'm taking off the board is going to be Marshawn Lattimore.
Wow. I like that. Explain why.
So at this point, I have my quarterback, I have my wide receiver, and my halfback. I have my user middle linebacker. I need someone who I can trust out in the secondary.
That's right. That's
So,
right.
so Marshawn Lattimore, in my opinion, one of the best to do it. 86 overall. He's young. He has the speed. He's going to be durable for me. Gives me a little bit of relief knowing that he's going to go ahead and can patrol the secondary while I'm using my middle linebacker and keeping everything in front of me. So
Yeah, and that's a very, very intelligent pick. I like that, I really like that a lot. I think another very, very important thing is, you're gonna start having looking at DEs, right? Your defensive end is gonna make a big difference. A lot of people don't like to cut straight up the belly. They want to go wide, right? They want to figure out how to go through there. So having your good defensive end after you figure out those two parts, I would have done the exact same thing. Middle linebacker, strong safety, free safety, then back on down to the line on defensive end. I like that strategy. I think it's going to work, and I think it's going to do good.
absolutely here. Let's see here. Just replying to some people in chat. We have game volume. We still don't have commentary. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the stream on. Hopefully, Newt, if you could go ahead and try to get that up. There we go. We can hear it now. I just got confirmation that I officially hear. I had it on. We're good to go. Hopefully, no other interruptions.
Maybe the pizza guys who might be coming on a Friday night.
I'm telling you, man. The one thing I regret not doing was ordering wings, man. I really could be getting some nice buffalo wings right here. Be getting my fingers a little bit greasy here. Might be making some picks that I don't want. But I'm telling you, man. There's nothing better than just hanging out with the guys on a Friday night,
Absolutely.
having a beverage or two, pizza, wings, and drafting NFL Madden. There's nothing better, in my opinion.
I agree, man. I mean, that is definitely the sentiment when it comes to a bunch of guys talking about football, enjoying the game, playing it properly, working together. That's super great. As the Cardinals, and the Rams are kind of going through. Who do you think is going to keep coming through?
Again, I mean, just looking at the draft board right now as I pull it up, some really good defensive picks now, but you're starting to see those higher overall players start to dwindle down. A lot of 87 overalls, 88 overalls. I think what it's going to be is people just picking from those high overall players at positions they need, because with us only being in round 5, there's still a lot of needs that need to be filled. I mean, we see Antonio Brown get selected there.
Nice.
He recently joined the Buccaneers. Hopefully he can salvage his NFL career. I know there's a lot of people who saw his fall from grace. At one moment in time, you are the number 1 wide receiver in the league. And just out of nowhere, you're not even in the league. He couldn't make it with the Patriots, but now he's back with the Buccaneers. So I mean, hopefully we can go ahead see Antonio Brown make a comeback this year. But I'm excited to see how he's going to perform for the Rams this year in Madden.
Yeah, AB is a great player going from there. And a lot of times, and I'll say this, from a perspective of the NFL, one of the companies that we're part of is Media Abundance, which we have several NFL and NBA players who, are part of our roster. We represent them. And I will tell you this, 60% of the NFL is made by free agents. That means out of the 60%, the top guys who get drafted, the ones that are getting picked, the other 60 are there. Attitude is everything, and attitude is a must. In our current environment and anything that you're trying to do, especially when it comes to sports, sponsors and big brands are looking at. There's a lot of eyes on things that are going on in this world, regardless of what you're trying to do. Attitude makes that difference. And unfortunately, Antonio ran into a couple of issues in two different places where that happened. But his talent still surged. Hopefully, he has that together and continues to be as successful as we all hope he can be and continue to win. So that makes a big difference. Ego Killer ordered us pizzas. Ego Killer, I like your style, my man. And I like the fact that you're ordering the Bud Lights. Bud Lights, go ahead and sponsor us as well. Dan, what do we see next? Oh, looks like Mr. Hunt got picked.
Kareem Hunt following Antonio Brown. You had a couple people who had some off the field issues, but Kareem Hunt making a case for why he's one of the top running backs in the league. Having a great season with the Browns, sitting behind a running back like Nick Chubb and still being able to contribute and show that you're a good running back is very hard to do. You see it not pan out so often for running backs like Carlos Hyde, who at one point is a very solid starting running back, and then he is a backup and he's splitting touches, and now he's almost phased out of all offenses. I like the pick. I like the Lions taking Michael Pierce. Very solid player, going to boost that defensive line for Fall Blade. One of your call outs from earlier who was in the chat making you laugh. He takes a solid player at defensive tackle. Now it's Newt's turn. I'm eager to see who Newt's going to take. You know him a lot better than I do. What do you think his mind is right now?
I think it just depends. I think it's going to be whoever's available and what he's trying to do. If he already has his top players, his running back and his wide receiver, he might go defense. I mean, that's where I see him going. Where did he go is what we want to know.
He went with a left outside linebacker.
All right, like I said, defense, perfect.
Yep. So your guy, the Falcons take Robert Woods, solid pick. And the Dolphins take their quarterback Matt Stafford.
Wow, I like Stafford. Woods is a nice guy. He's interesting. He's trying to pick it up a little bit for the Chargers. I like that Stafford coming in. Now we see is that DJ Moore who just got picked as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, DJ Moore, solid wide receiver down in the Carolinas. I like the pick. Now if that's his first wide receiver, that's a little bit of a stretch. But if that's to pair him up with someone who's already playing, that's not a bad move at all. We know that the Texans are on auto pick, so we're going to go ahead and skip to the next pick. We got Spinali 36 on the clock as the New York Giants. Eager to see what they're going to go ahead and do right here.
Now, it was interesting. The other day when I think about the Giants, I think about Vince Papale. And Vince, his son is now currently playing in a special league that's out there in Fox Sports with one of our good friends, Matt Mingle, the 75-yard nuclear bomb kicker, right? So you see Mr. Papale still sitting in there, still as energetic as he was back in the days playing with you guys in the Eagles. And I always remember the Eagles-Giant discussion with Elizabeth Banks. But it's great to kind of see that you can stay very, very neutral and still not make fun of the Giants, because I know the love that Philly has for New York.
Yeah, I mean, with this league, you're not going to see me rooting for the Giants, the Washington football team, or the Cowboys. But at this point, I know some of these guys. I respect some of these guys. I'm going to be facing some of these guys because the Steelers, who I'm going to be representing, play the NFC East this year. So as this guy, we are able to advance. He gets Cooper Cup, but I'm going to be seeing these guys, and I don't want to make them angry, as I know that most of them are watching. Um, I don't want to make them angry because then they're going to have to take out all their frustrations when I match up with New York Week 1.
Any given Wednesday that's there, Cooper Cup just went on. Bucks are on board, minute 18 left. Love how we're speeding through this and picking the strategy. As you talk about this, like we talked about defensively, right? You have your middle linebacker, your safeties, maybe you're going back onto the D line, but somewhere in between, I still notice in these rounds that they're trying to go through, you're going to have to match it, right? You have that one side that might be an 80, the other side that might be a 70. But I think it all through is going to make that difference, and it's really going to make you try to figure out how you're going to play overall against some of the speedsters that exist in this league.
Yep. So we got word that the Chiefs are user pick, so we're going to go ahead. They get Cortland Sutton. Something I'm trying to keep a good mental note of is knowing who I'm going to be facing this year and where they're spending their first 10 picks.
That's right.
Because that's something I'm going to have to combat, especially with the people in my division, where those games are going to be so important on whether or not I make the playoffs. I need to know what those guys are picking and what positions I then need to go ahead and counteract those with to make sure I have the best chance of winning. Because those right there, I can go undefeated in my division. That's a smooth 6-0, and all I have to do is win half of my other games. I'm sitting at 11-5.
Exactly, and it matters on your division, who you're playing against. That's how you obviously advance. Nice CB would probably be very important as well to offset against your wide receivers, especially if somebody already in the secondary. That's going to make a difference, especially if you have those breakaways, right? Some of these guys aren't going to have the best offense, the best defensive lines, and they don't have the best linebackers that are there, or they only have a middle linebacker and off. That breakaway is going to make that big difference, right? Let's say Seattle just made a pick. I'd be interested to see what Gabe just picked. Who was that? Did you see that?
Which team? The Seahawks or the team before?
Andrews. Okay, great.
Mark Andrews. So
Mark Andrews, tight end, going and blowing. Now we're back to the Bears. We'll see who they have and what they're going to pick next.
I'm excited for it. I got my buddy Ego, who is one of my NHL players who competes for the organization I run, the Philadelphia Warhawks.
We're gonna have, Ego makes me laugh. I'm gonna have to get Ego to get on our NHL thing and play with Jeremy Roenick. Ego, you heard it first. You're making me laugh, so I like that. JR is a great guy. It's not so much him. It's Roenick. He's good. That's from Swingers for you young guys over there, and continue to play. But it's definitely super duper dope that we're going from there. There will be no 0-16 guys as well. We're gonna have to really make this work. Interesting story about the Steelers. I think you're like this, such affiliation. I mentioned obviously Chase running his tournament for us at NACL. Obviously Juju from FaZe now starting his own team. But the one thing you might not know is we actually know one of the first 4 founders of the Dirty Towel, right? So it's actually the Watescas, a good friend of mine, family friend of ours. Their grandfather was one of 4 guys who started the Dirty Towel, and that is another amazing part of Steeler Nation. That kind of hits home. Obviously, I'm a Broncos fan. Grew up in Colorado for a little bit, and they came back down to Texas. But it's amazing to kind of see all these synergies come up live now.
Yeah, the thing I'm loving about this chat though is even though I have a good personal relationship with Ego Killer, obviously he's asking me in the chat, do you respect me? Because he's the Raven. He knows I'm going to be playing him 2 times a year. But Lethal Baba, he was one of the first people that came out and started talking some smack in the Discord, and I told him first night, you're going 0-16. I don't even have to worry about you. But now I'm getting called out. You see Tyler there saying, get those Steelers out of here. I think I have these guys shaking in their boots. They know I'm a force to be reckoned with. I believe who did I play earlier? Was it Tyler that I played? I did. I played Tyler earlier today at around 12:30 in a game of Madden, and I let him go up on me 38-28, and I was able to come back. And this is with like maybe 4 minutes left in the 4th quarter. I was able to come back and beat him 41-38 to shut him down for the night. So I know he's going to have a little bit of a personal vendetta against me. But
I'm excited. It'll be fun to see the Discord chats and the discussions between putting out those rivals, those discussions, in our shows. You said the big Ravens guy. Obviously, our boy Alvin Jones played with the Ravens last year. Hopefully, get him back in the league. I know he's trying out, but it's your team, the Eagles, and we're going to see who they have next. Who do you think they go for, Dan?
Again, it's tough. I just want them to make me proud. I mean, I was talking with him, but I believe this is Henry, and he's a professional Madden player. Um,
Wait, let me get this straight. Are you telling me that we have club players, professional players, amateur players, and diehard players all in this league for our first year? This is so amazing, man. I love hearing that stuff.
Absolutely. And as much as I love hearing that, it definitely broke my heart when Newt said, "We're going to go ahead and give you the Eagles since you're helping us run it." But then he hits me with, unfortunately, we have the club player for the Eagles in the league. So you're not going to be able to rep them. That definitely broke my heart. And it made me think if all my hard work was finally paying off as Tua Tagovailoa, or I can't say that.
Tagovailoa.
Yeah. Tua gets taken. I'm gonna give you a little bit of insight. I was looking at picking him up later on in the draft and using him as trade bait.
Yep.
But you know what? He's going to be starting on a team. He's a mobile quarterback. He's a lefty quarterback, which might throw Kuz off a little bit. So we're going to see how that's going to affect him. But again, this is a guy who had the last pick, so he knew that he was going to be able to get a quarterback he liked in the later rounds.
No, he is, and I'll tell you, Tua is a player that obviously can play, doing pretty well with the Dolphins. Solid pick on his end, but you're right. The other strategy is draft is player bait, right? Who do you need? Who's going to get hurt? How you can switch it off? Because the hardest part about this is you're going back and forth. You're trying to set up everybody. You might have missed somebody, and you have to go back and figure out how to make that work. So strategy is key with the 32 people that are there, and I love that as well. Brown on the clock.
Yep. I'm over here. I'm getting baited. Ego wants me to tell him that I love him. Lethal wants me to say that I love you. Look, you guys are here. You're drafting. You're interacting in the chat. I love all of you guys. I see Saint of EZG. That is the other owner of the Philadelphia Warhawks. Saint, good friend of mine. Glad he was able to come watch me and see who I take for my team because Lord knows he's going to watch me every Wednesday. Isn't that right, Saint? He has
Same with dead silence, but I love that. Heard nothing but great things about Saint as well. That makes me super excited. Oh, look who got picked. Edelman goes with Washington. Good solid pick, good slot receiver popping in. Still very durable. That's a great part about this is you don't have to worry about where he is in age next year. So Edelman's good pick, and I'd like to see who their quarterback is and see how that's going to work out. But that's super exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing seeing how this dream shaped into what it is right now. There's been a lot of adversity that we've had to overcome. We originally wanted to do this back in October. I mean, I remember us talking early September about this, and we wanted to get it done sooner, but we didn't rush it. It's all coming to fruition. I couldn't be happier with the turnout we have right now.
Yeah, the big thing for us is we obviously want to get the players from NACL to go with our players in our league, right? So as you're all listening to this, we definitely want to make that happen. So as we're pushing it through, doing the break in December and January for obvious reasons, a lot of these guys are not going to be able to obviously hang out and play when they're in, the league and vying for the Super Bowl. But if we can put this together as a whole entire group, that's what we want to do. That's going to be amazing, and I like that as well. And so, again, thanks to you for bringing this up to me. I remember you gave me a call, and all I said is I think I said to you my exact words were done. Calling you, you guys figure it out. And give me a call when you have figured it out. That's what I said. I said figure it out and give me a call, right?
Pretty much. I mean, Saint was the first person I talked to because him and I were thinking of ways just to get interactive in the community. And I said, you know what? It would be a really fun concept to get a Madden fantasy franchise league down. He was like, yeah, you're right. But do you know how much work and time and effort you would have to put into it? And do you have the production team? And do you have this? And do you have that? And I was like, I don't, but my good buddy David does.
I'll tell you what, man, it's not me. I'll tell you, it's definitely been a blessing to have our team with New and Carter and Anna and Tiffany and Gabe. And There's, these guys, they put in so many hours and they really make this work, and they really try to put together the best that they can. So that is definitely something that I appreciate. And of course, I know the amounts of hours you put this in, and going from there. But here's the other important factor that everyone might want to understand. I'm also looking for the best Madden player, right?
Yeah.
Because the same reason that Pavan is now a partner at NACL. Let me tell you how Pavan did. He played in a tournament. He did really, really good. He won it. He was a real nice guy. And just like that, with good vibes, we brought him on as a brand ambassador and a partner at NACL. He is a partner. Now he reps us and goes from there. We're always looking for the best players and the best talent, right? And the best people. That's obviously the most important thing. So anyone that's playing here, know that there is an opportunity. We might start a pro Madden team. You have no idea what we can do. Think big, play right, be consistent, but the content is going to be big because you get millions of people watching it, and that's what excites me about all this.
Exactly. There's nothing better when everyone can come together for the same goal. As we have a little bit of a string here of Sims, but it's just incredible to see everything that has come together. I mean, you know, the countless hours that Newt and I have worked, worked on this with. I'm just glad that I'm able to put on a good show for him, because that man, him and Carter. I mean, every ounce of an idea I had that I threw at them, and I said, "Hey, we might not be able to do this." They came back to me and they said, "At the NACL, there's no such thing as can't."
That's
They,
right, and I'm really, really proud to hear that, because they know my the way I say it is, look, if someone else can do it, you can do it. You can just figure out how to Google it, right? And
yeah.
so, I really, really appreciate you telling me that. That makes me super happy to hear that our leaders are doing the same thing. But it's been proven. Look, in less than a month, I haven't even physically met you yet. Newt and Carter haven't either. Carter's out in West Virginia. Newt's here in El Paso. Anna's here in El Paso. Gabe's in San Antonio. Tiffany's in Houston. Our team is our core team, and working together has been so great. So I really, really appreciate this as well. And let's get back to the strategy. Carolina's on the pick. Who do you think they're going to go with?
Well, I'm hoping Newt goes and gets someone that he really likes. I don't want to see him stretch here. He's in that situation where he's in those middle rounds. He goes out and gets Darius Leonard. I don't think there is a better player that he could have taken. I mean, looking at some of the people that are still left available, offensive linemen, Earl Thomas was available, Hunter Henry, but I am in love with that pick. Darius Leonard right now is one of my favorite players in the NFL. He is a do-it-all linebacker. He is a turnover machine, a force to be reckoned with. Newt, I know you're listening. I'm proud of you. Way to get that pick.
I like that. Carson is there. You see Earl Thomas still available. I like Earl Thomas at an 87 for free safety. That's going to make a difference as well. The speed can probably keep up. So we're going to see how everyone's going to go from there. But the offense and the defense, you see some chat already. I love seeing this chat on seeing what everybody wants to do.
Yeah, Yano wants me to explain how people are going to cover Raheem Mostert, Henry Ruggs, and Marquise Goodwin. It's going to be scary because all those players are 97 plus overall speed. But again, here's the thing with this all Madden difficulty, there's going to be tighter coverages. It's not going to be the cornerback is just yards of separation. You know, those guys are lower overalls. They're all under, 80 overall. So some of those other key factors like strength, catching, route running, when that comes to fruition and they don't have the numbers that you need to pass the thresholds, you're going to start to see it. Me personally, I don't hate them. I'm not in love with them. I think you could have got a lot better players like Brandon Cooks, who doesn't have 97 speed, but he has 94, but he also has a lot better metrics.
No, absolutely, and that's important. Of course, having your team in as well, right? If you can't cover on both sides, you're not going to have two speedsters. Then you're going to definitely have to have guys that can play hand to hand with each other that can somehow balance out maybe 288s, 286s that are going from there. That's going to make a difference because obviously, if you did do it right, you're going to have at least middle linebacker or at least a secondary or at least a line that can at least keep up and go from there. So that's going to make a big difference as well.
No, absolutely. Right now, as we start to get into
The
where we in
sixth
round
round,
number
right?
6, you know, I'm definitely in a tough position. I'm coming up here on the clock. I'm not sure who I want to take. There's so many options that I have. Um, it's
Well,
it's all it's all going to be about sticking to my guns and making sure that I have the correct pick. It's, do I want to go offense? Do I want to go defense? Do I want alignment if I go defense? It's These are the rounds that start to make me a little bit nervous. Um, it's also knowing my system, um, knowing who's going to fit that system.
play style is important as well. At least you don't have to worry about a salary cap like real GMs do. I'm gonna tell you guys a really funny story. My business partner, who's been an agent in the league for many many years, David Reno, he told me a funny story. As we were talking to some of these NFL teams, he said that how he actually passed his agency test is he played GM mode in Madden. So think about what I just said. You have a registered agent who's playing GM mode. So dreams do come true with what you have to do. So as you're running through GM mode side, I see you going back and forth on defense. I see you looking at quarterbacks. And if you weren't asking me, Dan, I'd probably tell you I'd probably go for the CB at this point because I know you did get a secondary. You got your middle linebacker. I think you got a DE. That's going to be important. You got to get someone that can actually keep up with the speed, and looks like you might have the right guy.
Yep. If you remember, I want to say it was either my last pick or the pick before that. Um, I also went ahead and I went cornerback, and I took Marshawn Lattimore. I'm going to go ahead and pair him up with AJ Boye, another solid cornerback. And I think I'm going to go ahead, knowing that I can find wide receiver talent in later rounds. I really think I'm going to start to. I think I want to get two more pieces of my defense, build my offensive line, and then kind of assess where to go from there. As you see there, Lethal Baba must have been eyeing him up, because I just took his guy, and he's on the clock right after me. Yeah, listen, like you said earlier, I do love you, but I have to do what's best for me right now because
You're here to get the W. I'll tell you, I like your strategy. I would do a little bit differently. I definitely agree with you on the receiver end. I would probably go back to an offensive line and then go back to defense, going back and forth so you don't overwhelm one side or the other, right?
Yep.
And that's obviously my play style. It's a little bit different from everyone else's, but if it fits your play style, why not? But I do like the way that you're talking about hands and cutting a route and being aware. Those things are significant in how you're playing.
exactly. Remember, I'm going up against Patrick Mahomes 2 times a year. I'm going to have to be able to shut him down because he's going to be airing the ball out. So I need to make sure that my secondary is going to be able to lock down
Absolutely.
any kind of threat. Not only that, having speed at the linebacker position to chase him down if he starts to roll out, that's going to be my biggest. It's going to be, like you said, it's going to be key. As you see, Jason Kelsey gets selected there. It's incredible that he was still on the clock. There's so many highly rated overall offensive linemen to where you can you can sacrifice holding off on them until the 10th round, until you really bolster up your skill positions, your defensive skill positions as the secondary and linebacking core. Definitely interesting to see. I have DeAndre Hopkins, Aaron Jones, Ryan Tannehill, Marshawn Lattimore, AJ Boye, and Devin White. Those are going to be my key players. I'm going to be adding a few more people on coming into the 7th, 8th, and 9th round that I also am going to be leaning on those skill positions. And then I think 10th round, I'm just going to go with a bunch of linemen.
Yeah, I like that. Richie Incognito, know this guy. He's from Arizona, been around a long, long time in the league. Good to see Richie still playing. Back in the Glendale days, knowing Richie, but he is a massive, massive man. I'll tell you, I'm 6'5", 270, and Richie was like 320, 6'5". So that 50 pounds of difference is really big. But that was a good pick on their end for picking Richie.
Absolutely. The Incognito brothers are probably one of the best offensive lineman duos the NFL has seen in recent years. It's hard,
It is.
I'm looking to see here. someone who's kind of emerged onto the scene and someone whose name you've said a few times already, Chase Claypool.
Chase Claypool, my man. I remember I picked him in every single one of our fantasies, and everyone thought I was crazy. And I dropped on one of them. Someone else picked them up. Not going to say who, but the point is, Chase has got some good hands. He's been playing really well. Obviously, the game gets up to date, so as he's playing better, he'll be better. He could be a steal to draft in the later rounds.
Yeah. So what is Chase's affiliation with the NACL? Is he a brand ambassador? Is he a partner? Or
He's
did,
definitely he's a friend of all of us. Him and our great partner Rex, Sexy Rexy, who's playing with Newcastle and the Great Britain Olympic team from Notre Dame, best friends with Chase. They hosted a May 2nd Fortnite tournament where they both played. And ironically, the winner, we had CJ Uzma play in that tournament. We had some big names. Well, I'll tell you who won it. It was Ashton Davis, third round draft pick of the Jets. He won that with Khalid Big Mac out of Cal State at the time. It was crazy because they're still all in college, and this has happened. And to see Chase do what he's done, it's been amazing.
absolutely. I mean, having the Steelers as my second favorite team, having family out in Pittsburgh. Literally, I stayed out in Pittsburgh a whole extra week just because the week I was supposed to leave was the week right before they played the Eagles, and that was Chase Claypool's explosion game. It was also Travis Fulgham's, but Chase Claypool torched us for 4 touchdowns, over 100 yards. I would be interested to see if because I'm going back out to Pittsburgh, middle of December, right after we have a break here. I'd be interested to see if we can get maybe a meet and greet set up with me and him. Since I'm going to be repping the Steelers, see if I can get a Chase Claypool jersey. Might even have to draft him on the team.
You're gonna have to talk to Big Newt on that one. We'll see if Big Newt will make it happen. But anything's possible at the NACL. You never know. I mean, we started a year ago to where we are a year now to actually talk about these players. It's so funny. Entering the season, we actually had no NFL brand ambassadors, and now we have 6 of them. So, one of the newest ones we got is Trent, Drency, who is the long snapper for the Raiders. Not excited about his rating. Basically felt it was disrespectful. I'm going to have to agree with them. 6'3", 220 beast. Gave him a 27. Hurt. Not cool. Got to go back. I don't have his, I have Ronnie 2K's number. I don't got this guy's number. So we have to figure out what we can do there. But some of these guys are super amazing in the way that they're playing and how they care about the community. And a lot of them are gamers as well, which is super exciting to hear.
No, absolutely. I mean, the Steelers as a team, I couldn't be more proud to represent them. Such a rich history. First team to get to 6 Super Bowls. They always find diamond in the roughs in wide receiving talent. I mean, Antonio Brown being a late round draft pick. You have Chase Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson. I mean, I could go on and on.
Yeah, there was a guy named Tom Brady that came in 6th and started playing when a guy named Drew Bledsoe was hurt that year, right? Yeah. And all of a sudden, nowhere. If you picked up his rookie card, I mean, you're balling out of control at this point if it's a PSA 10, right? So, again, you never know who's going to be the top players and what you have to do and how you're going to make that work.
Yeah.
Who's the best players that are left right now?
What position would you like to see? I mean, I right now can go through some wide receivers. I mean, it's my pick. You got Jarvis Landry, Tyler Boyd, Devontae Parker, John Brown, who's another speed guy, Golden Tate. I'm definitely trying to think.
You got AJ Green still there. If you don't have your slot, if you haven't picked out a slot receiver, you might have, but your other receivers that are out there. So depending on what you're trying to do and how you're going to play it, that's going to make a big difference. But there's a good amount of 80s still left. Can't see the whole entire stream, but the speeds aren't that bad either.
They're not. I mean, man, it's so hard because I don't know what I want to do here.
So you got to pick, man. We're about to draft without you. I think the guy that you picked earlier was probably a good one, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I like Landry. I mean, you got your 85s, your 90s. He can play. He's big.
We're going Landry.
I like Landry. Cole Beasley. If you already have slot receivers, gonna be a little too hard on that one. If you have that as well.
Yeah, Jarvis Landry is going to go ahead and fill in my slot wide receiver there because I'm already going to have DeAndre Hopkins on the outside, and then I'm going to go ahead and save that last wide receiver spot for
Somebody.
for a speedster, someone who I know can burn. Lethal Baba is adding me in the chat. Let us know if you go to the Steelers game. Me and Fleet usually go to a Steelers game a year, but I'm a Ravens fan. I
We're
would
gonna have to get Bob on a call when we have Alvin interviewing, and at least him and Alvin can talk. That would be super cool as well.
Yep.
You know, they can get on stream. And Alvin is just a cool guy. He's as cool as you can probably imagine. So is Aaron, the most humblest guys I've ever met in my life. And everyone we deal with at NAC are humble people. So I can tell you that's great as well. Coming up, we look like we have the Lions picking. We're just gonna be interested to kind of see who's there.
Yeah. They go ahead they get a left tackle. You can't blame them. Got to start to build that offensive line. And again, these are top name guys chilling down at the 85 overall, 86 overalls. You know, I'm excited to see who Newt's going to take. You know, I know it was hard for me, you know, because at this point you're not really getting any 90 plus overall players that it's like an obvious choice. You really got to see who's going to fit in your system. And that, you know, Yana's asking what exactly are the rules? Are there any? We sent out a rule sheet in the introduction email. Feel free to go back to the email and go over everything there. Patrick,
go ahead, my man.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. Patrick Queen's an interesting pick.
Why you say that?
Low overall guy. I'm not sure of what his speed is. I would say Patrick Queen has anything less than 86 overall speed. It's not going to be a smart pick, just because of how low of an overall he is. He's going to do a little bit of everything well, but he might not exceed in one category. You know, the middle linebacker who I took, Devin White, I believe he was only an 82 or 83 overall, but he has 92 speed. He's going to be able to keep up with almost any wide receiver out there. So when you have their slot receiver cutting over the middle, I'm going to be able to cut that guy off and intercept it. Patrick Queen, not sure of his stats. I'm going to have to see what his stats are from Newt, and I'm going to have to grill Newt if I think that's a bad pick.
I'm going to tell you, if there's anything I know about Newt has absolutely figured a way to out and going from there and what's going to fit best for him. And I know this, man. he has it calculated somewhere in his head. I'll just tell you that much now. Dolphins are on the clock. Who do they go with?
I absolutely missed it. I'll be able to see it coming back up here in a moment when it happens live on stream. But I mean, right after them, the Bengals take Kenneth Murray, another young linebacker. Makes me glad that I got a guy who I really wanted early on in the draft. Their middle linebacker is just one position I do not like settling for. That's why you'll see me drafting these guys in the third or fourth round, because I need someone who I feel confident with, because the middle linebacker is the quarterback of the defense. Right?
Absolutely. That is a key. That is a key person that's going to hold it all in and hold it all together. Looks like we have some of our partners, you know, the Janice family jumping in. We have Jose and we have Patrick. Jose and Patrick. Jose's team, our whole entire team. They're the ones who help with the content and the graphics that's there. And they're also, what a lot of people might not know this, we'll be airing some of our games in Latin America. That is 10 different countries through the Go No Fam NACL partnership. So I'm so excited and so happy that they're all this. That is absolutely beautiful. Why is David so beautiful? I have no idea. It's probably confidence, a little bit of self-esteem, and my mother always tells me I'm pretty, so I have to be. So cheers to you, Ego Killer. You're already going to get to play JR. We'll continue to make this work. And the wife just dropped off this amazing Coca-Cola drink that's in here, so I'm super happy about this as well.
That is absolutely beautiful. Ego hasn't told me I'm cute in many moons. It's nice to see that he's finally gotten over me and he's found someone else.
I appreciate that. As we see Bates getting picked up, the Saints are there. Any way to see who the Saints have so we can see what pick they might be going through?
Let's see if I can do that. Let me go.
Don't want to mess this up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If anyone knows in the chat, if you can check, it might be in the league transactions. Actually,
You know,
I can. So who do we have right now on the clock? Oh, you know what? It's going to be tough for me to see because I'm in a
we have
completely.
the Seahawks now on the clock. Castro is on. Gabe Alicious picking his pick. He's also being very strategic. Don't sleep on Gabe. Gabe can play. I've seen him play before. He's beaten me 4 out of 5 times, so he definitely
So
gets what he has to do. Yeah, I know.
yeah,
We'll see the rules again. Don't worry about it, my man. Dan has it in his plan. We'll go from there.
absolutely. Seahawks. They had some players such as Devonte Adams already on the team, so they definitely have an interesting lineup here. Not sure if he stepped away to go do something, or if he's just struggling to make a pick.
If I know Gabe, Gabe is probably struggling. We have a lot of smart guys here who are being very strategic. This is why I love our league for first season. So Gabe is probably just trying to figure it out, going back and forth. You know, he was just in Seattle at the game last week at a suite. So it's exciting to kind of see where we're at. The Bears are online. Who did he go with?
So far, the Bears transactions. The Bears so far they've taken the likes of players Leo Collins, C.J. Henderson, who's a young cornerback, Darius Slay, Fletcher Cox, and Travis Kelsey, as well as Tyron Smith. So definitely a lot of good talent that they have, a lot of good talent for them to still add. I wouldn't be surprised if they bolstered the offensive line a little bit with another solid pick.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. It definitely seems like a good pick, and see what they have to do. And of course, we have one of the Hall of Famers who used to play for the Bears. His name is Brian Urlacher, part of the NACL family as well, and that's exciting. A guy out of New Mexico who's made it where he's at. I gotta be honest with you, man. One of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life as well. So super excited. Probably have him jump on a broadcast and chit chat a little bit too. As we're moving forward, looks like their ex taker Rip says if you go to the rosters, you can see the rosters.
Yep.
That is going to be great. And we'll see who's there. There we have the rosters. Good, solid. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yep.
Look at this team you got, my friend. Very, very impressive. Oh, Mr. Lamb.
Uh-oh. That is a man who has the potential to cause a lot of havoc.
I like that pick. I really do.
I do too. In my opinion, I'm trying to stay away from rookies. Reason being, they're not going to have development traits, especially the higher development traits. You're going to have to really grind to get those, and it could really pay off. But it might take you 8-9 weeks for them to get a development trait, and it might not even be superstar. So those rookie picks are definitely high risk, high reward picks. I'm eager to see how many of them are going to pay off. As the Raiders select Bradley Roby, not a bad pick. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at who the Raiders already had on the defensive side. Raiders. So with that pick, they had Myles Garrett, Kevin Byard, Danielle Hunter, James Bradbury, and Bradley Roby. So they primarily
Wow.
went all defense with a left tackle and a right tackle. So it's definitely interesting to see what he's doing.
Well, just like in real life, right? Raiders have the most expensive line possible. Here you come again. I think he's being very smart with that. Do not exit and quit on this, please. Let's get back to where we're at. But that is definitely a smart play. You're still gonna have some 80 quarterbacks. I think Cap is still there. Be exciting to see that if Cap gets to play. You have some other good running backs that are still there and receivers to build around. So that was real interesting to see that. I like that strategy. Could pay out in the end.
No, absolutely. The Eagles here, their pick is coming down to the wire. I'm eager to see who they go with. They go with Xavier Howard out of Baylor, which is a great pick, followed by Tremaine Edmonds from the Browns.
Nice.
That's a middle linebacker pick that I like. I know he has some speed on him. He's an 80 overall. If I believe Tyler is actually going to be the one using him. So Tyler, you might have just gotten a really good pick, man. But I'm not going to lie, from playing with you earlier, the user wasn't there, brother. I'm gonna suggest sticking with a little bit more defensive players, man. especially since you have to play me twice a year.
I love the talking. Now, what we do want to do is when you guys go on Twitter or go on Instagram, please tag NACL, because what we're going to do is we're going to highlight some of the trash talking, and that's going to help us direct the show on who's going to go against who, right? You want to see these rivals. You want to know if they're 1-1, 0-2, 0-3. But that is important for us to develop this, and so I'm excited to have you guys going from there. Don't forget to add us on NACL, and of course on all our channels. But that is going to be the storyboard. And I'll tell you what, you'd be surprised what happens when it comes out of there. We have some of the greatest writing minds in the world as part of the NACL family. So that makes me excited. Titans are on the Browns are back on the clock. Who are the Browns going with now?
Well, I mean, if we go and take a look at what they already have, they went with Ronald Darby. They didn't even give me a chance. It's a good pick. Fast cornerback, lower overall.
Nice.
Played for the Eagles, so he's not an absolute shutdown cornerback. His zone coverage is better than his man, but he's going to be fast. He's going to be someone who should be able to keep up with wide receivers. And again, in a one-year league, you don't have to worry about age or anything. You just have to worry about them staying on the field for you for 16 games and through the playoffs.
Right, and he can basically do the cover. So if he does any of his covers, he'll be okay as long as they have someone just in case in the backfield for a free safety or a strong safety in the secondary. That is going to make a difference as well. Eagles on the clock. It'll be interesting to see who the Eagles pick. And here's another exciting thing. The chance that you're able to play guys who are part of the pro teams. I'll tell you what. When I was playing 2K, I never knew how good of a player I was until I played Temper and Adapt from FaZe. I think I told you that story.
Yep.
And can to this day tell I actually got to beat both of them. And then when I got to play with Shockey and of course got a 2K to be even close there, if I could, I'd probably pursue a dream trying to play in the 2K league. So a lot of guys, my point is, when you're in Madden and you're playing with this, if you're that good, this could be the spark for the next level to follow your dreams, if these are your dreams.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's pretty much where I was at. I've always loved Madden. I've always been the best Madden player amongst my friends. I wanted to see where I can rank up against some high level competition. And you know what? If I beat these guys and I come out on top, I'm going to feel absolutely amazing. If I come out and get my teeth stomped in, then I'm not playing next year, and I can at least say I'm successfully helping run one of the greatest Madden leagues out there right now. So it's a win-win.
Well, again, it was definitely a team effort. Looks like Washington picked up Nickerson. Back to the Bears again. 1 minute left. What round are we in right now, Dan? Having a hard time to see that myself.
We are currently sitting in round 8 on the 7th pick. As we're coming down, we've definitely picked up. The first hour of this, we were just getting through round 3. We're now in round 8, another hour in. It's definitely starting to pick up. Definitely hoping to get to at least 15 rounds, if not 20 plus.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, when you guys are doing this, hashtag Madden, hashtag, NACL, obviously. And don't forget to always tag Pavon or any of our NFL guys that are part of our family, because I promise you they'll notice it and they will probably have a good chance to at least talk to them, if not on Zoom, at least live, pending. Boyd gets picked up. Gabe is back with the Seahawks. We'll see where he's at and what he's going to do.
Absolutely. I mean, just like how you're keeping a close eye on Gabe because he's a part of your family, I'm keeping a close eye on Ego Killer, Taker, Pickard. I'm keeping an eye on all my NHL guys, all of these people who I've known now for almost a year. It's fun because what a lot of people don't know is they play competitively for NHL, but Ego Killer 43, he's actually one of the top NHL players out there. His old duo, I think they still duo from time to time, Top Shelf Cookie, won a 2019 event, came in second place. They compete in tournaments run by Pepsi. So it's definitely fun seeing him. I'm going to be able to bring him into my element and beat him up on Madden the same way if I tried going over to NHL, it wouldn't even be close.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing to see all the different players. Last week I played with Flex Lewis in FIFA, and that boy can play. Let me tell you. So you see seven-time Mr. Olympia. The funny thing is like Dante Pettis. Dante really loves FIFA as well. You never know what these players like to play, and that's what's kind of crazy and cool about the esports community, right? My Broncos are on the clock. Let's see who they go with.
You see right there that Jalen Rager goes to the Broncos. Actually, it's the Saints who are on the clock.
Who did that?
Jalen Rager is another interesting pick there. He's a fast wide receiver. I get to see a lot of them over in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, he was hurt, but that's an interesting pick. He's one of those rookies that he might be able to make a big name for himself.
He might. He absolutely might. And it also depends how you're playing with them. As we're auto picking past the Chiefs, we're back to the Bucks. Who will the Bucks go with? Bucks have had an interesting year so far, right? You have Brady, you have Gronk. Gronk said he was only there to tackle, makes a touchdown going from there. Where do you see where the Buccaneers are going to be in the season?
So, are we talking about NFL or the Madden season?
What about the real NFL?
It's hard to say. I think Tom Brady is doing the best that he can with that team. I mean, they have two top 5 wide receivers, in my opinion, in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. They have Gronk there. They have O.J. Howard there. They have Cameron Brate there. They have LaShawn McCoy. They have Ronald Jones. They have I think they have LaShawn McCoy. I can't remember, but they have all of this talent on offense. They have so much talent on defense. But I definitely think that we're starting to see that the Brady-Belichick tandem was a lot more Brady than it was Belichick, but it wasn't completely Brady because you see Tom Brady, they're having an okay season. He's having an okay year, but I think he'd be having a lot better of a year if he had Belichick. And you can say the same thing as, I believe the Patriots are 2-5. They're not doing too hot. They're definitely missing Tom Brady and, that system that they had. But at the end of the day, Tom Brady is having a lot more success away from New England than Belichick is having with him gone.
Yeah, I was hoping Cam was going to really kind of pick it up, rooting for him to do a good year. He was doing pretty good. But you got to learn the plays, you got to learn your players, you got to trust your players. That's the biggest thing, Sahil goes hard, jumps on. Sahil's a really important person because he happens to be our main man, Paven's manager. And this is what's so interesting. So he's tuning in right now, probably giving our main man an update on his tournament. So if you guys get a chance, follow him as well. Going to see what he's doing. What did I eat for dinner? No dinner yet, just drinking ice and water, but that's okay. Back to the Panthers. Now, real quick question. This is going to be a funny story. What team is Newt's team?
Newt's team is the Panthers.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
He just who Newt goes with.
He just selected defensive tackle DJ Reader. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let the Lions pick. I want to go ahead and look at Newt's team there. I want to see what he's rocking with as we see the Lions take Shaq Mason. But let's see how good Newt's been drafting. You got Michael Thomas, Cameron Jordan. So you already have 2 superstar X factors on the team. DeMario Davis, who's a great right outside linebacker, paired with Darius Leonard. So he's going to have a good linebacking core as well as a good left end. Then you have Juju Smith-Schuster.
Right.
Going to pair well with Michael Thomas.
Right.
DJ Reader. Yep. He has Baker Mayfield. And then he has Patrick Queen, who has 89 speed. So I would say that's a great pickup by him, a pick that I criticized him on earlier. But he's showing me that he knows what he's doing. So I'm just going to go ahead and back off of Newt a little bit with the criticism because honestly, in my opinion, his team is looking better than mine. It seems like he kind of went a little bit more balanced. I kind of went a little bit more I went a little bit more defense, I would say. I mean, you see maybe I did go a little bit more offense. Either way, I'm excited to see what Newt's going to do. I have to show him up, and I have to make a good pick here. David, any suggestions? What
I
are you
mean,
thinking here?
who did you pick previously? You picked the defense, didn't you?
So right now I'm sitting with DeAndre Hopkins, Aaron Jones, Ryan Tannehill, Marshawn Lattimore, AJ Boye, Jarvis Landry, and Devin White. So I have no linemen. I have my top two wide receivers and my quarterback and my halfback.
You got to go with you got to go with the lineman, man. I mean, you got to go with someone to watch your blind side at this point. I mean, that line has to be able to open up to kind of make sure that you can even get the ball to the guys, or at least to get air to go out. I'd be going to line at this point. You had your defense, you had your secondary there. You already have a very strong middle linebacker. You definitely got to go offensive line. That would be my opinion. Or if you still want to go defense, then you can do another DE. But I think that the tackles or the guards would be important.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I mean, pretty much looking at what's left, I mean, you see there's only two right tackles left that are 80 plus overalls. There's only three right guards that are 80 plus overalls. I think I'm going to have to try to set up my right side of that line and just ensure that we're going to be fine, because you go and you look at center, there's still 10 players at an 80 overall. You have left guard, you only have 5.
Yeah, you gotta go with the guard and the tackle. Your centers are pretty plentiful, right? We saw your left guard is not bad, but you got to go with the value of lesser than. So your left tackle, your right tackle is obviously very little. Your right guard, those are things you got to do. But obviously the blind side is most significant for you, in my opinion, to kind of get that guy going, right? Without that, you're screwed.
Yep. I'm getting told that the Bengals D line is scary. Let's go ahead and
Let's
take a
check
look
it
at
out.
Let's see, how scared should I be, and should I take the next 4 rounds after this just to solidify my offensive line? We're going to go ahead and do roster. We're going to go ahead and go from Steelers to the Bengals. 92. All right, so 290 overall defensive tackles. Jadeveon Clowney, Bradley Chubb.
Ooh. Ooh.
All right.
This is
That you know what, that is absolutely fine, because when you have two defensive tackles like that, you have linebackers who are going to be rushing me. He doesn't have ends, right? He doesn't. All right, and the ends he's going to get, they're not going to be anything special. So when I run the ball, it's going to be a lot of stretch plays, and when I pass the ball, it's going to be just a lot of quick plays, out routes, deep passes, to not let him get to me. When I'm going to be lining up in shotgun, it's going to be a lot of blocking my halfback and my tight end to give me some extra blocking. I think I'm going to have an effective way to counter the Bengals, to where, yes, his defense is looking scary. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Yeah, this is crazy. Back to the Niners. Ertz just brought on. Who is San Francisco going to go with? As we continue on round 8 right now, still some good players, but you got to get that line set up. Boss So Clutch giving us the update that NC State might upset Miami on ESPN. Right now, we're on the Ocho, so we'll see what we're at right now.
Absolutely. We're getting airtime up there to rival those of the dodgeball league. Average Joe's Gymnasium versus Global Gym. I mean, that's going to be a matchup that anyone wants to see. I think Peter LaFleur is really going to be able to take down White Goodman this year. David, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. That's the way it has to be, and that's how you can go from there. It's the same thing in football. If you can dodge a wrench, you might be able to dodge a big a big defensive lineman that's going to come after you, right? So we'll see what they have to do. But it's going to be interesting to see the Niners on down to the wire, 0 seconds left, and who gets picked up?
Brian Poole, cornerback.
Brian Poole, cornerback. Interesting play. Might have been running down to the clock on that one. Poole is not a bad player. Good pick if it works with your team, and going from there. Next round looks like we have, who else is coming through? Oh, the Niners again on the clock, 55 seconds.
Yep, it's that first overall draft pick. They're getting the back-to-back picks. There's benefits and there's negatives to it. In my opinion, I think he wasted the first overall pick by taking a player like Derrick Henry. Not to bash on Derrick Henry, but when you have the opportunity to secure yourself an option of 299 overall quarterbacks in Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson, I don't know how you could pass that up.
Maybe his play as a run game, thinking that he could do what he has to do, but not. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Styles are a little bit different. 10 seconds left on the Niners. Not sure if he's on auto draft at this point,
Yep.
but in round 8, pick 32, we'll see what happens.
He might be on auto draft because it went down to the wire. He did pick up Frank Clark. So this is another instance of where we're seeing that being on auto draft after you get your top players, yeah, it makes us go a little bit longer. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's helping him out.
It is a balanced attack, right? There is absolutely no relationship or ego or this is my favorite player. It is what the computer thinks it's best. Like I said on GMO, that's how one of my partners, Dave Moreno, became a sports agent from that. Back to the Ravens on the clock. Let's see who they have to go. And they go with Mr. Parker.
Yep. I mean, I like that pick.
I like that too.
Bobby saw me, hovering between Jarvis Landry and Devontae Parker. Devontae Parker he's a big body wide receiver who has a little bit of speed.
No, he does. At that over 6'3", your guy's 5'11". That is a difference. 4 inches does make that side of difference to throw over to the ball, jumping over. So that was great. Patriots on the clock. Where are they going to go?
I'm also intrigued here. I have my screen pulled up here because I wanted to look at what I was doing, but the Jags already had picked, and they went ahead and took Leighton Vander Esch. Cowboys went with Joe Thuney. Now it's my turn to answer back. And I saw some people saying in there that offensive line, you don't have to pick up until later on in the rounds. That's normally how I draft, but you know what? I want to go ahead and at least get myself a left tackle to complement the right side of the line because I'm not trying to get sacked from behind. I need my guy upright. I went with Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. He's a little bit mobile, so he'll be able to fit what I want to do, but he's definitely not a Lamar Jackson.
A little bit of a difference, not too much, but definitely difference. Good pickup on your end. I like your strategy. That's probably something I would have done. Cardinals are on the clock, 53 seconds left as we're in the 9th round of our first season of Madden. And don't forget, guys, as you play this is for a 10,000 total cash prize reward, a chance to meet Mr. Pavin Lockhead himself and some of the NACL professional NFL players. It's going to be super exciting. And of course, the great part is you got 2 months on that offseason to pick up, practice, and play to make your adjustments. So that works as well. Dirk, what's going on? Calling in from Latin America, one of the top Fortnite players in the world playing. Did a great job a couple of weeks back in our Fortnite tournament. Of course, anybody here is welcome to play in any of our tournaments at NACL, from 2K to Valorant to Madden. We got a full crazy weekend ahead of us. I don't know if you know this, Dan, but we actually have this tonight, a 24-hour stream tomorrow with Arkansas State helping a charity. We have a Valorant tournament with 32 teams, and of course our Latin America partners over there with their amazing streams with IUB for the finals, where we're helping children with cancer. So it's a great weekend of happiness and success, and I can hope to continue this with our NACL family. Chargers are on the clock with 15 seconds left. We'll see where they're going to go with.
Again, and Madden Elite being one of those club representatives. Let's take a look at what his roster is looking like, because this is a guy who's been there, done that, wins money, plays this game. Eager to see what the Chargers are looking like. So rounding out his lineup, he went ahead. He has Aaron Rodgers, Mitchell Schwartz protecting him, Darren Waller, big, fast tight end to throw to. Joe Mixon is going to be carrying the rock there. Andrew Whitworth T.Y. Hilton, Michael Gallup. I mean, he definitely went offensive heavy. You know, he has an 84 overall cornerback, an 82 overall cornerback. But if you look at their speeds, 88 and 89. So when those are going to be your two outside cornerbacks, that's a matchup that um, might favor the Dolphins because again, as he's put in the chat, a lot of speed.
What we're gonna do right now, Daz, we're gonna take a quick break again, guys. Gonna keep drafting going through, but let's just face it, I'm older and I gotta take a piss. We're gonna take a quick break and get back to everyone shortly.
Sounds good. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
DB on the track. Yeah. 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 track. Yeah. BB on the track. Yeah.
Is going on, guys? We are back. David had to step away, make a quick phone call, but he'll be joining us back. We have Newt here with us.
What's up, guys?
Newt's representing the Carolina Panthers. We went over his team a little bit earlier. Definitely doing a good job in his picks. Um, as you see now, the Broncos, David's home team, are on the clock, and they took Greedy Williams. What do you think about that pick?
I mean, I feel like that's more of a speed pick, if anything. There's a lot of higher overall corners still available, like for instance Jimmy Smith.
Yep.
Xavier Rhodes, he's solid. He gets burned a lot in real life, but he's having a pretty good year. I mean, I think he had like 3 interceptions against the Jets this year, which is insane. But um, playing for the Colts. But honestly, like I think that's more so that's like a speed pick. Like the overall difference is pretty worth it if you know what you're doing. Um, I personally don't like picking lower overall players just because their awareness is low, and that might affect how they react to some plays. And like you said, there's a couple of glitchy plays out there that might be the game decider. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes.
No, absolutely. I mean, you see here, Trapezosaurus Rex, representative of the NACL in this league as well, goes Hunter Henry, 86 overall. I mean, I like that pick. I don't know where the Bears are, so we're just going to go ahead and
I
send
think I think Trapezosaurus Rex is running a dual tight end offense because I think he has Mark Andrews. He has Mark Andrews.
Yep, he also has Mark Andrews. So
doubling down on tight ends.
Yep, definitely going to see a lot of 1-2, um, 12 personnel, one running back, two tight ends in that system. I would imagine. I'm eager to see if he I'm eager to see how many people switch up their playbook.
Yeah, I already switched up mine. I'm a New Orleans Saints fan, so as you can see, my roster is full of Saints players, and I was trying to get Marshall Lattimore. You decided to snag that away from me right before I was gonna pick him.
Absolutely. As you see there, Washington went with Scotty Miller. Um, some people are calling Scotty Miller Tom Brady's new Julian Edelman.
Well, good thing for Washington, they also have Julian Edelman. So Julian Edelman will also he will be Scotty Miller's mentor.
See, I'm eager. I'm eager to see. Let me go check out Washington. I'm eager to see if they have Tom Brady.
Going back to Trapezosaurus Rex, he doesn't have a quarterback right now. Um, he has a lot of weapons, but no quarterback. Do you think that's going to bite him in the future, or do you think that his selection of pass catchers is good?
Really quick, looks like they're having a hard time hearing us. Looks like they need to turn the volume up on us. Is that something you'd be able to do for us, Newt?
Yeah, let me fix this.
All right. But let me go look at the Seahawks roster, see what kind of weapons they have. Let's see. We're going to the Seahawks, one above mine. Devontae Adams, Calvin Ridley, Mark Andrews, Hunter Henry. I mean, you have two really good tight ends, two incredible wide receivers, no running back, but also, like you said, no quarterback.
But you still got a good selection of quarterbacks like Philip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, Jared Goff, Jameis Winston, Ryan Fitzpatrick Patrick. So,
Yeah, when you have a quarterback like Ben Roethlisberger, who historically is one of the better deep ball quarterbacks, it makes you think next round he's most likely going to go ahead and take a Big Ben. I wouldn't be surprised if that's who his quarterback for this team is. He definitely has a lot of passing weapons. Wouldn't be surprised to see him going ahead and taking advantage of that. We Are the Titans here?
Titans? I don't know. I don't think the Titans are here. We'll see if they auto pick. If they auto pick this pick, you should definitely skip it. Skip the
Yeah,
next.
well, the guys in chat pretty much have it locked down on who's an auto pick, who isn't here. I mean, if his pick isn't in at 10 seconds, I'm just going to go ahead and sim it for him.
So I'm looking through the quarterbacks available. There's a lot of, like, for instance, Marcus Mariota. What are your thoughts on him?
I wouldn't take a chance on him. I really wouldn't.
You wouldn't give him a shot. He's like one of those mobile quarterbacks. He has good throw power, but I don't think the accuracy is there.
Exactly. I mean,
His short accuracy is good, solid, 83. But if you're trying to throw the ball pretty deep, it's not. Oh, Titans are here. Titans are here.
Steven Delicious. All right, as long as you're here. Yep, there we go. Jerron Brown. Jared Goff gets selected. Eagles are on the clock. I'm eager to see as we start to get into round 10 and all of the superstars are picked and you start to get into like the 70 overalls, the 60 overalls. I'm going to be eager to see how much longer this draft is going to go on for. Normally I make it to around like 15, round 20 before I head out just because there's no one left available.
Yeah, the Eagles right now, they're sitting in a pretty solid roster. They have both Von Miller and Khalil Mack, so doubling down on the pass rush. So if you're the Cowboys, Giants, or Washington football team, you probably should draft or invest in a strong left tackle and right tackle to guard your quarterback.
Exactly. It's defense. Defense wins championships. He might know that his offense is good enough to where he can take later picks, lower overalls, and still perform.
Since you mentioned offense, his top offensive player is his right guard at 93 overall with Brent Brooks. He has Will Fuller as wide receiver. On the other end, he has Mecole Hardman, so he has speed receivers. Running back, he has Cordero Patterson. And he also has a right tackle, Orlando Brown. So he doesn't have quarterback as well yet either. What are the odds he goes with Jalen Hurts? Because I feel like that's a Jalen Hurts would be a pick that would probably fit this team.
Again, I'm not sure if you're going to see Jalen Hurts starting at quarterback just because there's obviously a difference between him and Tua. Tua has the higher overall. I could definitely see someone drafting
Tyree Jackson to Washington football team.
I don't know if that's a troll pick or what, but maybe he really likes Tyree Jackson.
Jackson. We'll see.
Yeah,
See how that pans out.
Yeah, did Washington even have a quarterback? They didn't have a quarterback.
Did not?
They didn't have a quarterback. No. They select Tyree Jackson.
That is Tyree Jackson is starting quarterback with 85 speed, 89 acceleration. Maybe he's a fan of Buffalo, the school, but we'll see.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm stunned.
Yeah, and Scotty Miller, and I see here he made some adjustments to his team. He moved Scotty Miller to a halfback. So starting running back is Scotty Miller.
A lot of weird moves going on, and we're only 10 rounds in. I believe someone moved Joe Mixon to a fullback already.
Back to the Washington football team, Stephon Diggs is his starting tight end. So,
wow,
we'll see what's going on in that. I'm really interested to see how that team's can compete against the Eagles with Von Miller and Khalil Mack.
Well, careful. Von Miller might get moved to safety for all we know when it comes to the Washington football team.
You're right. Well, no, that's the Eagles. Von Miller's on the Eagles.
Oh.
Max on Eagles. Yeah.
Well, to where it's great that you move Stephon Diggs to your tight end, but what you have to realize is he's your starting tight end. When you go to run the ball, you're not going to get blocks.
Yeah.
You know,
That's definitely not. Yeah, that's not gonna roll. Especially the Cowboys also have another elite pass rusher. So the division's full of elite pass rushers. The Cowboys have Aaron Donald
yeah.
leading the pack. I'll bet my money the Giants have someone up. Actually, no. Giants did not invest at all in pass rusher, but they have a very strong starting left tackle to run Armstead to counter those pass rushers. So
Well,
maybe
it
the Giants.
looks like the chat is really liking the team analysis so far. So we're gonna go ahead waiting for Taker Rip to tell us what his team is, so we can go
It's the
ahead.
Patriots. He's the Patriots.
He is the Patriots. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at the Patriots. See what Taker is running. I know Yanyo is the Dolphins, but let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the Patriots here. You know, starting off, you have Tyreek Hill, which I absolutely love. You have 99 speed. Almost no one's going to be able to keep up with them. 99 change of direction, 99 excel, 98 agility. I mean, that right there, with how much craziness we've seen out of these guys, you realistically, with 97 juke, 98, Tyreek Hill very well could be transformed into a running back if he wanted to, and he would still probably be a 99 overall. You know, but you don't need to do that when you have a player like Josh Jacobs. So he definitely has a great wide receiver, a great halfback. DeForest Buckner, I absolutely love at defensive tackle. Micah Hyde is an incredible safety. Shaquille Griffin was a cornerback I was looking to take. He got snagged. Miles Jack is a great middle linebacker, probably the best middle linebacker in the National Football League today. Then you see a little bit of a drop-off. You have Justin Jefferson, who's not a bad pick. Chase Claypool, who, again, isn't a bad pick. But then you have Jordan Love throwing the ball. You have all that talent, but no quarterback.
I mean, some of these guys know something that we don't. Boogbot said that we don't know the glitches, and I definitely do not know the glitches. I actually got the game today, so I'm an avid Madden player, but not Madden 21 player. So I'll see if I can work out the kinks.
Yep. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the Dolphins. You got Buda Baker coming in as the highest overall is a 90.
But you got speed on speed on speed. Mostert, Goodwin, Ruggs.
I agree. You have 98 speed, 97 speed, 97 speed, 94 speed, 94 speed, 94 speed, 91 speed. You have speed. That's great. But he moved them to tight end.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yanya, what are you doing, bro? Oh my. I gotta get off the Dolphins. I gotta get off the Dolphins, man. Do the Packers. All right, let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna let some of the teams we know. No, I don't want to quit the franchise mode. Stop asking me that. We're gonna go ahead and advance that pick. We're gonna go ahead and take a look. We're gonna take a look at the Packers. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at Fleet God's team. See what he's rocking with. All right. So, Tyrann Mathieu, I absolutely love that pick. Again, you don't have to worry about age. Dalvin Cook was an incredible pick. I believe you took him in the first round. Ali Marpet as your left guard. Vita Vea and D Ford is going to be a great combination there. Roquan Smith is going to be able to really hold down your defense for you. Colin Kaepernick's going to get his start. We'd love to see that. And then you have Darius Slayton and Curtis Samuel. So, I mean, Honestly, it's a solid team. No one on that team really jumps out and scares me. You have a great running back, but you only have a left guard. Um, Fleet, you're saying do me. I'm doing you right now. Let me go ahead and let you know. I'm doing it right now. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to jump over to the Vikings. You guys are absolutely loving the player reviews. I hate it if you don't like my analysis, but I'm just giving you in my honest opinion. Calais Campbell, you see right here, he's 34 years old. But that doesn't matter because he's a 93 overall. He's absolutely been tearing it up in the real life. I don't see why that wouldn't carry over to Madden. And then you arguably have the glitchiest quarterback in the game with Lamar Jackson. You know, it's going to be causing a lot of issues for your division. Cameron Hayward, who's a great linebacker. Kyle Juszczyk. I don't know why you would have drafted a fullback. I think you could have gotten a lot more talent at that selection. But if he's going to be a vital part, who am I to say anything? You have your left tackle, your two tight end setup in Zach Ertz and Nick Boyle, Dante Jackson, who has 96 speed, and Isaiah Simmons with 93 speed. I like it. I definitely think you need to get wide receiver help as you have absolutely none drafted. That's what I would be focusing on in the upcoming rounds. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do the Cowboys because I know y'all are going to want to see an Eagles fan try to compliment the Cowboys. First thing that jumps off the page for the Cowboys is obviously Aaron Donald, 99 overall. It's going to be tough to stop Aaron Donald. Partnering that with Fred Warner. As a user middle linebacker, he's not the fastest, but as a guy you can kind of let off the leash and go use another position, I really like it. You kept Zeke Elliott on the team. I'm proud of you. You kept Zeke. Eddie Jackson's a great pick. Akeem Hicks to line up next to Aaron Donald is going to be very scary. Joe Thuney is a great pick. Bryce Callahan with 93 speed, great value. DJ Chark, I absolutely love that pick. And Justin Herbert, young rookie quarterback that I think you're going to be able to do well with. Newt, who'd you take? Newt, you there?
I'm here.
Nope, we have David. Not sure where Newt was. I apologize. I was kind of going on a tangent. Everyone's been asking me to rate their team so far.
I'll tell you what. I like what you said about the Cowboys. I like how they went with Zeke. Being from Texas, great team. I know you like them. Our boy Ely just joined them, so hopefully he has a great year with them. But I like your analysis. It was super duper intelligent and typical of what I would expect from you, Dan.
Absolutely. I mean, all these names, they're well-known names for me because of how much I play Madden, how much I watch football. So, right now I'm trying to keep in the back of my mind the teams, and trust me, once this is all said and done, I plan on doing a podcast, bringing some of you guys onto the podcast, some of the players. I'm also planning on going through and doing, in my opinion, something I think that would be fun to do, a power ranking system. Is going through ranking the teams 32nd to first and changing that each week as we see who's playing well, who's starting to drop, and kind of see where we thought teams would be versus where they end up come the playoffs. So that's definitely something to keep forward to. When I get those done, I'm going to try to get those done every Saturday night to post on Twitter. I'll make sure to tag the NACL guys in there, but I'll also put it in Discord for you guys to see as well. So I definitely want to see you guys come out and perform. I want you to, make some moves in the power rankings. Let's see here. We got the Chargers on the clock, followed by the Cardinals, followed by me. Definitely got to see who I want to take. Do I want to take a second halfback to make sure I have a nice two-headed monster? Do I want to go and take a? I think I can get a good tight end later on in the draft. Do I? I don't have anyone on my defensive line. I think it's
You
about
got to
time.
go on your D line, my man.
Yep.
Pretty risky, man. You got to get at least a decent DE for the out. You have your middle linebacker that's already in that can at least cover when he gets to where you have to go. I would definitely be going that defensive line. That to me is probably a little bit of time where you need to put it in, but I think that can absolutely happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now, Newt.
Oh, okay. I was
I'm
like
gonna-
saying hello for the last 5 minutes, but no one said hello back. Hello from the other side.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Jarrell Casey here. You know,
Flashy pick, but I like it.
yeah, you know, he's the best left end available. I got a couple right ends that I get to look at. You know, I'm going to be thin at defensive tackle. Got to start to pick up some linebackers to fill out the defense as well as some safeties. I don't have any safeties. I have 2 cornerbacks though. But yeah, so Fleet, absolutely. I'm going to be doing a tier list. That's going to be the power rankings. Taker, I'm definitely going to come out with draft grades as well. Kind of going on an analysis of what picks I like, what picks I don't like. I mean, I'm not scheduled to be doing anything tomorrow, so I'm going to set an alarm to wake up at 8 a.m. I'm going to come out with draft analysis. I'm going to get the power rankings out for you guys tomorrow. I mean, this isn't going to be a league where you just, you know, you play your games every week. I'm going to make sure to get you guys on podcasts. I'm going to see what key matchups are, get you guys highlighted on them, do player interviews. We're going to be interacting with you guys so much, so it doesn't just feel like it's another Madden league with your friends. It's going to feel like you're actually a part of the league. So very, very exciting to have you guys on there. So Trey Waynes was still on the board.
I told you, man. There's a lot of good corners out there, but some people just want to go for speed.
Man, he's fast.
Yeah. And then we should do season predictions coming out before next Wednesday, before week 1, and then we can revisit them after the Super Bowl is all said and done.
We have Fall Blade saying no audio. Did we just lose audio?
We lose audio?
We may have lost game audio, but we still have our voices.
Yeah.
But Yano, I'll absolutely answer it to you. So when you come to gun split close, right? I'm going to press you because all of your guys are low overalls. They're not going to have good release. So I'm pressing you off the line of scrimmage. I'm also going to be blitzing you so that way you don't have as much time to think. And then I'm going to be usering with my 92 overall middle linebacker, predicting where you're going to go, pick you off, and take it for 6 points the other way. Then when you go into goal line, I'm going to come out in goal line, and your 2 tight ends, who's Marquise Goodwin and Henry Ruggs, aren't going to be able to stop 350-pound linemen. That's what I'm saying. But that's just me. Newt, David, am I wrong?
I don't see anything wrong with that.
We're not talking about 95 overall wide receivers with 97 speed. We're talking about 77 overall guys. That's where I'm having a hard time with. We're going to go ahead. We're going to let San Francisco make some more picks. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to jump into my division. I'm going to go Browns, Bengals, and Ravens to kind of see what I'm going to be matching up against. So starting off here with the Browns, George Kittle. Most people would be worried about that, but the tight end is one position that I cover very well, right? I'm going to be able to have Devin White, who has 4 speed points on him. I'm going to be able to match him up against him, user him, and I believe I'll be able to take George Kittle out of the race. But Quentin Nelson, it's going to be hard to, get pressure on the left side. Again, I've been saying it all night. Quentin Nelson, in my opinion, best offensive lineman in the game. Odell Beckham Jr., solid pick. I don't hate it. Kareem Jackson, 88 speed, 88 overall player. He's a solid player. You know, he's going to do good things for you back in your secondary. You pair Odell Beckham Jr. with Brandon Cooks, 93, 94 speed. It's going to be good. Then you have Ndamukong Suh, who's gonna be rushing your quarterback. Philip Lindsay, fast running back. I like it. Tremaine Edmonds, I called you out for it when you picked him. I love that pick. Ronald Darby, fast cornerback, going to be able to keep up with some guys. Not stellar with getting interceptions. Probably going to be a lot of batted balls. I'm just confident. I'm confident in what I'm going to be able to do. You know, going to the Bengals, Chris Jones and Kenny Clark. You know, we already looked at these guys, but we already looked at this team. Your top two picks are defensive tackles, followed by Jadeveon Clowney and Bradley Chubb. DJ Moore as your wide receiver, Josh Allen as your quarterback. Solid right tackle, two solid middle linebackers with one has speed, one is able to do everything else, and Jonathan Abram. You know, it's going to be a solid team. I think that if I'm able to score points against you, it doesn't look like you're going to have an offense to be able to keep up. If I can make any recommendations, I would start looking at some more position receivers. Go get yourself another wide receiver. Go get yourself a running back. Start to build your offensive line. Because as much as I love you going with defense, you know, no one on that defense is really jumping out and scaring me right now. And then finally, David's MVP of the night, someone who definitely caught his eye, is going to be Bobby Pickard with the Ravens. You have Patrick Mahomes, Ronnie Stanley, which I absolutely saw that pick coming, by the way. Richie Incognito, Keenan Allen, Marcus Peters, saw that one coming. You have Gronk, Devontae Partner, Jason McCourty, Matt Judon, and Devin Bush. I'm not going to lie. Right now, Bobby, I think your team might be the best team I've seen. David or Newt, tell me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you have the best quarterback in the league, a great left side of the line, two great wide receivers in Keenan Allen and Devontae Parker to throw to, two great cornerbacks in Jason McCourty and Marcus Peters, and great linebackers in Matt Judon and Devin Bush. I think right now, Bobby is set up to do some great things.
Does he have a quarterback, though?
Their quarterback is Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, I don't see any holes in that team.
Yeah, I don't either.
The Cowboys are now on the clock.
Couldn't find a player because they're not in the top 100 yet. I'm going to go ahead, back out. Oh, my God, I'm next on the clock. Holy crap.
Holy cow.
Let's see. I got a left end last time. What do I got here?
The Steelers are now on the clock.
Running down, buddy.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Linval Joseph.
You know, you could have gone Shark LeVay, but Linval Joseph, not bad.
No, I mean, highest rated defensive tackle, and then hopefully there's still some right ends for me just to solidify that. I mean, offensive linemen, I already have two. I'm not too worried about that. You know, I know what I can do on offense. I want to make sure that I have a formidable defense going up against others in my league, because it seems like there's a lot of defensive players taken, especially with the Bengals. But just going over Ego Killer's team, he's drafted very, very well. Only one player under an 80 overall, and that player, in my opinion, is one of the best linebackers in the league in Devin Bush. 90 overall speed. There's nothing you can do.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ego Killer did that to destroy your ego, so I like that part of it. That's hilarious. You know what they're trying to do, and kind of see where we're at. So as we continue on with where we're at, running down the clock, who did the Cardinals go with, my friend?
They went with a hero of mine, Jason Peters. You know,
Why is Mr. Peters your hero?
that man has done a lot for the Eagles organization. He left, came back, was willing to play another position. Um, just an overall great person, great locker room presence. Um, definitely helped protect our quarterback play for the past decade and plus. Absolutely love that man. If there's one Philadelphia Eagles player I would want to meet, it would be Jason Peters. That man has come, countless injuries, but he's always come back, fought, and he's gonna be a Hall of Famer. And there's no doubt about it.
I'll tell you what, man. A lot of these guys, when they retire, you start talking a little bit more about their final season, and it kills them the most because they want to, play where they started. They love the city. They love the fans of the people. In fact, it almost becomes very disheartening for them when they can't stay with the teams that they know and love. So I guarantee Mr. Peters probably feels the same way about the great city of Philadelphia. And it's tough. I mean, you got to uproot your whole entire family. You got to, you have kids, you have a wife, you have to find a new home. If you get traded more than once that year, that's an issue too. So that continues to be, a major problem in a lot of these guys' lives. But again, I'm sure he's true to you guys what you're trying to do. The Rams are up next, and who are they going to go? I think we're going to advance past the one, or we're going to keep that. There we go. Now we're with the Jets. What do we do with the Jets?
I mean, Jets are an interesting team. Obviously, he is another one of the clubhouse representatives. Let's take a look at his team. Let's see what he has, what he's going to need, and see if we can try to predict a little bit of magic here.
Let's see what he's got. Now, my friend Gary loves his Jets, so we'll see what they're trying to do.
So right off the rip, you have Tom Brady protected by Trent Williams, who's going to be throwing not only to Adam Thielen, but Chris Godwin. Right. Then when they want to run the ball with Kareem Hunt, he can go to the right side and run behind Brian Bulaga. Then you hop over to the defense. And you have Adrian Amos, who's someone who was on my draft board, very talented safety. Montez Sweat, who's a young, explosive player. Avonte Maddox, who, again, on the Eagles, he's fast. He's going to be a good coverage guy. Only a 79 overall, but I guarantee you he's going to play a little bit higher. Sean Murphy Bunting, who has been, starting to make a name for himself. He was a rookie last year. Sort of underperformed, but he's been having a solid year this year. And then Noah Fant, who is actually a tight end I was going to try to pick up on there. So, I mean, honestly, the Jets are looking good at the helm by Tom Brady. See if Tom Brady can go get another ring.
Yeah, Fant played really good this year with Denver. Fant also played with Paven on, a Roundtree 3-on-3 about a month and a half ago back. It was interesting seeing a Raiders guy with a Broncos guy, but Fant played really well in esports. Who knows? Maybe we'll bring him on. So that was a good pick on the Jets. We're back on the clock with the Dolphins. 1:06. AJ Green looks like he just got picked up. Good pick there, right? Good. I think that's a good steal here and round 11. And here we go.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the Dolphins taking Ryan Kerrigan, which is it's been uncharacteristic of Yanyo, who's been preaching speed and asking us multiple times in the chat, how are you going to stop all my guys with 97 plus speed? Ryan Kerrigan, known for being a big play guy, but he doesn't have that speed. But I like the pick. Bengals with Roger Saffold, I like that pick as well. He's a solid left guard, going to be able to protect your guys. I respect it. We're going to go ahead. We're going to skip. Texans get Mike Gesicki. Spinali and the Giants, they're going to go ahead and get Marlon Mack. We're going to see who the Buccaneers go ahead and take with this pick.
Yeah, at this point in the stage of the game, you just got to start filling the holes and try to fill out the balances, right?
Yep.
Your center's strong. If your tackle is strong, your guard might have to be a little bit weak, right? That's where you have to figure out how to make that is the value of an O-line. And, of course, again, you still want to pick out players that you can use and maybe trade. So you have to think of that as well. I think both are extremely important when you're trying to put this together. What would you do at this point? What do you think a lot of these guys should do, Dan or Newt, at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Newt take this one over, see what he's thinking, and I'm going to go ahead and piggyback off of that.
All right. Well, I think Newt agrees that he won't share his strategy right now because he's playing against you guys. That was his silent assassin move, Ninja Newt. What about you, Dan? What are you thinking?
So right now, knowing what I have, it's all about making a crucial decision. Do I want to fill holes that I still have, or do I want to start getting backups at positions that can easily be injured, like running back, wide receiver? Um, some people might even have to start looking at backup quarterback options for some of those who have older, more injury-prone quarterbacks. Do you still take a backup wide quarterback while you have the shot? I mean, right now, in my opinion, we're in round 11. I have 2 wide receivers and a halfback, 2 linemen, a quarterback. I'm still missing O-line and a tight end. So something you can expect me to fill here. Take a look at who's on the board. If I don't like what I see at wide receiver, expect me to go tight end. If I don't like what I see at tight end, expect me to go lineman. It's all about knowing how important rounds 11 to 15 are to continuing to get good good value. It's you can't be stretching these picks. You have to make sure that you're getting the value you want, right? Because I'm not going to go out like Yanyo. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for calling you out, but I'm not going to spend a first round pick on a wide receiver that I can get in the 5th round, right? I'm not going to go get a wide receiver in the 11th round that I know I can get in the 15th, 16th, right? So it's staying smart.
I want to see Yano play you. I can't wait to see that happen. Yano will be like, take that, or you'll be like, take that. That's going to be exciting to watch.
Unfortunately, with Yano representing the Dolphins, I will not come across his path.
Oh, wow.
So I won't see him this year, but some people that I'm going to need to take him down as I try to find the Dolphins. He's going to have to play the Patriots. He's going to play the Raiders against a pro player. He's going to play the Jets. He's going to play the Seahawks. So he's going to play the Bengals. So he's going to have some tough. I would want to highlight his matchup on week 17, 16, 15, 14. His week 13 matchup against the Bengals, because as we've seen, the Bengals are going high on defense, a lot of pass rush. So I think they're going to be able to get to the quarterback before any of Yanyo's big plays that he's trying to cook up come to fruition. Can we address the kicker in round 11? David, you called that you're going to need a kicker. Someone went out and they got Justin Tucker.
Denver went with, I think it was Denver went with Justin Tucker. Tuck is the man, has been playing good since he got drafted, from the Ravens back where he's at. But look, I mean, those 3 points make a difference. Those field goals make a difference. I mean, you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. That's how it goes. So, maybe he has a strategy behind that where round 11 makes sense to pick a kicker. I probably would have pushed it back a little bit, make sure that my lines are complete. But I would have started picking him up probably around 14 or 15, depending on where I'm at. But Tucker's still, he's still a good kick. We'll see what happens. He hit those 50s, those 60s, those 70s. It might be a big dub. We'll see where we're at.
Yep. If Danny takes my player on the comeback, I'm going to lose it. How about this, Lethal? You tell me who that player is, and I might not take him. You better be ready for my demon stuff. Yanyo, I feel like you were one of those players that reached out to me and asked me about position changing and everything. Bring it. I hope you make it to the playoffs. I hope I see you in the AFC Championship game, because I'm calling it right now. If you and I match up, it's not going to be fun for you, brother. I'm building to stop players like you, to stop players who are going to try to abuse speed. I know it. I know you're licking your chops because you have all that speed, but this is all Madden difficulty. Your players will not get off the line of scrimmage if you play me. I can promise you that.
I like to see that one. Dan, let's go ahead and take a look at the Seahawks. Have we had a chance to look at them?
I believe we did, but David, for you, I'm more than happy to
right.
go back and take a look at them for
I'd
you.
like to see what I call the bearded goat, the original Gandalf the Great White Castro, with his bearded goat and where he's at, see who he picked up as well.
So, going over his lineup, something to take a look at is you look at his offensive players, right? And then we'll get to defense. But you look at his offensive players. You have Devontae Adams, Calvin Ridley, Mark Andrews, Hunter Henry, and then a left tackle, right? No quarterback yet. But you have two really good wide receivers and two higher end value tight ends. What I'm seeing out of him is I would expect a lot of 1-2 formations where you have a running back, two tight ends, and two wide receivers on the field. I wouldn't expect him to move much from that formation. He knows the plays. He knows the playbook he's going to want to run in. And he is setting up his team for his offense. He doesn't have to go out and draft 3 or 4 wide receivers right now. He doesn't have to go out and, he's not going to go get tight ends late like I am, because the tight ends are going to be crucial to his success, right? But then you take a look on your defense with Joey Bosa and Melvin Ingram, right? He's reuniting the Chargers ends. Then you move to Donta Hightower, Kenny Moore, Mike Hilton, and Dre Greenlaw. It's a very well-balanced attack. Really good ends, really good linebackers, and good cornerbacks. Right now, his lowest overall is a 78 overall. I'm putting him up there with the Ravens as a very well-built team.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have that time to throw. He's going to have that play. I'm going to probably bet he's going to have to get a quarterback pretty soon in the next couple rounds and see where we're at. Let's get back to the action at hand with who is coming up. It is the Titans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You see them right now. They just took Jimmy Ward. Jimmy coming off of the block is huge. He was one of the better remaining free safeties. I'm excited to see who Kuz is going to go ahead and take. Left guard, Elling Jenkins, I'm not sure, but, Tyler with the Browns coming in quick. Taking Ryan Jensen, a center from CSU Pueblo. I don't speak Spanish. I already got roasted in the chat.
Pueblo. I like that. Colorado State University, right out there in the South. Back to where we're at with your favorite team, the Eagles. We're going to see who they got and what they're going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, we'll pull them up here and take another look at their squad after we see who they're going to be adding. But you got to remember. Yep, we can hear you now, Newt. Oh.
You know what's interesting about this discussion is who's the Ravens fan again?
That would be your boy Ego.
Ego. Here's a funny story that Alvin actually told us. We asked him who was the hardest person to tackle, and he literally said in the whole entire league in his life, he went Mark Ingram. He said that guy runs like a train straight up through nothing but pure impact power. Little insider there for you, my man Ego, so you know what's going on. You said you need that Aaron Jones jersey, so I'm going to tell Alvin not to get you a jersey, so we're going to see what happens. But I read it. It said it there for Aaron, said it Alvin. Alvin might be hurt. But we're back on over to the Colts, and let's see where we are with these guys.
So Jack Ward's going to go ahead. He's going to take a pick, but let's pull up the Eagles here. See what their game plan is. Khalil Mack and Von Miller. You're going to see one of them either get moved to defensive end position or a right outside linebacker position, right? 297 overalls, two of the best rushing linebackers in the league on the same team. Followed up with Brandon Brooks, who has been one of the best guards in the league. But here's what you have to see is it's another crucial drop off from a 93 overall down to an 84. Right, but you have Will Fuller, who's a burner. Xavier Howard, great pick. Orlando Brown, another very good pick. Marcus Williams is going to be able to sit back there and patrol for you. Michael Brockers is an incredible defensive end who's going to wreak havoc with the likes of Khalil Mack and Von Miller, right? Then you have Steven Nelson, who's going to be able to pair well with Williams. Uchenna Nwasu, younger guy, lower overall, but again, he's going to be getting so much help from Khalil Mack and Von Miller. It's not going to matter. You have Cordero Patterson, who's going to be a nightmare as a halfback because with his offensive line, it's going to be looking good. And then you have Mecole Hardman with 97 speed. So it's very clear to see that the Eagles, although they do not have a quarterback yet, they're worried about their defense. They don't care what they got to do on offense. They know they're going to get the job done.
I like that. I like that analysis. Thank you for analysis. What do you think they should be doing right now as we're in round 12?
For the Eagles?
For anybody that's coming up. Washington as the next pick, Chicago, Seattle, Broncos. Who do you think they should go for?
I mean, let's go take a look at the Bears real quick. Let's see what they have on their team. Honestly, right at this point, it's just fillers right now. Like, great role players. You can find some steals for your team, but honestly, for me personally, my strategy, I might just pick another quarterback this round and use that as a trade chip for the rest of the season. Dan, how many trades do you foresee happening this season?
To start off, I don't see there being many trades. I mean, it all depends. We have a lot of players, but they can't treat trades in this league like they would in a fantasy football league, because if so, you're going to see a lot of lopsided trades and not many go through. I don't expect to see trades go on until we start to see injuries. I think right now, everyone loves their picks. They're picking these guys in the first 12 rounds. They wouldn't be picking them if they didn't want them. You might try to see some trades for some position receivers, but something you got to think of is one of the biggest things you see in trades in, leagues like this is draft capital, just like in the NFL. Draft capital is not going to do you anything because, unfortunately, it's only a one-season league. So you're going to have to give up player assets, which could be beneficial. The trades are going to come from the people who drafted really well, have a lot of depth, are going to be able to play their backups. I expect to see teams like the Ravens, the Patriots, as well as some others to be some of the first teams to make trades if we see any of this early in the season, because they're going to be the ones able to give up some positions.
Interesting. I like that. Two different strategies from two different folks. Going to see what's going to happen, what's going to help the most. As we get back over to Seattle, 29 seconds, we're going to see if Castro is going to go and grab a quarterback, or he's going to stick with his game and what he's going to try to do.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's see what quarterbacks are still on the clock available for your boy to go ahead and snag. And remember, this is a man who has Devontae Adams, Calvin Ridley, Hunter Henry, and Mark Andrews as his weapons. So
Jameis Winston just got picked by Gabe.
Winston over Phillip Rivers?
Mr. 30 for 30, Jameis Winston.
Look, it's not a bad pick when you look at what he does well. He has good throw power. He's going to be able to get the ball downfield. Where he isn't so good at is his accuracy, right? He's going to miss some players, especially running a 1-2 setup. Those tight ends aren't going to be running streak routes. You're not going to be throwing the ball 50, 60 yards down the field with them. It's going to be a lot of slant routes, a lot of corner routes with them. And unfortunately, his quarterback might not have the accuracy to consistently put the ball on target.
Well, I'll tell you what. Bobby Boucher might be in where he's at right now, coming from the Mod Dogs, just winning it. Maybe Bobby will be part of what they're going to try to do. Looks like he might be there.
Absolutely. Ego got Ego got deleted by a mod. The Nightbot came in and said, "No, sir." Let's see here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to skip Kansas City. We're going to let the Bucks pick, and then we're going to go ahead and skip over the Giants and Texans. Newt, your pick's coming up here soon, man. What's your thought process right now? What are you going to be looking to do? Come your pick. What are you going to be looking at?
Honestly, I might start investing into my offensive line. Really unsure about who's going to be available on my pick. I don't really want to give up too much, just so that no one steals my players. But I might go offense. I might go offensive line. I don't have a running back yet, but I don't really see a need for a running back, considering that I have Juju Smith-Schuster and Michael Thomas, and there's still a lot of good running backs still left. But yeah, that probably is my strategy. Honestly, I haven't really thought that deep into it.
You got Taker Rip sitting in the comments saying, "I'm looking to trade Tyreek Hill for a bag of chips and Josh Doxson, who I'll move to punter." We have some great personalities in this league, which is why I think it's going to go off.
I like it. It's either Ruffles or Lay's what they're looking at. Come sponsor these guys and ourselves over here. We'll see if the Ruffles have the ridges, but that's not a bad trade if you get a bag of chips.
Nope. You see there, KJ Hamler goes to the Texans. Speed guy from Penn State. I think he's going to do some very good things.
I agree. As we continue to move forward, and the next pick, the Bengals are on the clock. We'll see who they're going to do and who they're going to pick coming up. But at this point, I mean, it's going to be real interesting to see what they have and what adjustments they're going to have to make. These are very critical rounds at this point, 11 to 15 to me, because you're really going to have to fill out the voids and try to find the best ones that are going to match the style of play that you play.
I agree. A team I'm interested to see how they're shaping up is the Falcons. You haven't really given them too much light. They're looking like an overall solid team. They're starting off right here with Saquon Barkley. Eric Kendricks is going to be, patrolling the middle. Then you have Chris Harris Jr., Robert Woods, Joel Bitonio, Brandon Williams, C.J. Mosley, who I love, Jordan Poyer, John Brown, A.J. Green, and Kyler Murray. You have your quarterback, you have 3 wide receivers, you have a halfback, you have solid O-line. His defense is lacking a little bit. He has 2 middle linebackers, a cornerback, and a safety. So I would expect him to start to kind of fill in those holes on defense, but not a bad squad.
Not bad at all. I mean, really good picks. Offense is first on this one. So you're going to have to outrun and gun him. We'll be interested to see how he plays coming up. As we get now to Newt and the Panthers, where do you think Newt's going to go? Newt, who are you going to pick? Let us know ahead of time.
This Justin, I just picked Marcus Davenport out of UTSA.
Wow.
Saints player. It's kind of a theme I'm trying to go for.
What, UTSA?
Pick all the Roadrunners?
The Roadrunners, yes. UT San Antonio.
You might have to pick one of the most famous Roadrunners, Gabe Castro, who played with them a couple years back. So shout out to my boy again, who's probably tuning in and watching. Either that or he fell asleep and passed the remote to his dog to pick. One or the other, we'll see where we're at. 4 boys, 4 beers in. Let's get going. Lions. Great tradition there with my main man, Barry Sanders, man. What a beast that guy was.
Yep, I know you have Ego, who's 5 in at least. Taker, his brother, is 4 in. Ego's having fun. Taker's having fun. Lethal Baba's having fun. That's what this is all about, guys. It's it took a little bit to get here. There were some hiccups, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're very happy how this is turning out. We're so thankful for you guys you know, who tuned out, especially the NHL guys. I know you guys are currently in a league on Wednesday nights, but we're making it work for you guys for the first couple weeks. It's because of your guys' dedication and everything that is helping this run so smoothly. So from the bottom of my heart, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much.
And for me to you guys, I want to say you guys are the real MVPs. Let's move forward next on over to LA and let's see where we're at. We're pretty much coming down to kind of the most, probably the best players, the ones that can fill up. It'll be exciting and interesting to see where everyone's at this point in time.
Absolutely. Again, at this point, there's some players out there who are drafting for speed, over raw talent, which again, it's not a bad thing if you're doing it at the right times. We're starting to get into the moments where you might want to sacrifice overall for speed. There's going to be some people out there though, and the majority have been doing this to where they're picking best available, and it's not a bad thing when you're playing for $10,000 on the line. You're not going to want to risk anything. You're going to want to make sure that you know who you're going to have in there. You want to make sure that they're going to be able to keep.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, 10,000 in cash and prizes is what we're going to be doing. So I'm super excited about that. Steven Delicious wants us to roast the Titans, and I'm pretty excited to kind of see what we have there.
Absolutely. I mean, my pick is coming up right after the Cardinals. I got to hop on the board, but once I make my pick, I'm more than happy to roast your Cardinals for you, man. I promise I will not do you a disservice there.
Cole Beasley still around, good pick. Great halfback still sitting there. Some DTs. Some tight ends. There's an outside linebacker. Rivers is still there, good pick. Good steal late in this draft. We'll see who we're going to go with.
Yeah, I mean I have a lot of needs right now, offensive and defensive. It's tough. I wish I can give you some insight, but I'm torn right now. I really don't know what I want to do. It's all about making sure that I choose what's going to be right for me.
Such is life. 5 seconds left, my man. Patrick Chung, my main man, Patrick Chung, coming out. Good pick. I like that pick. Solid player. Still fast, still can cover, still can take care of what you have to do. Obviously not a speed killer, but can still play the position very, very well. Good pick on that, I think, my man, as we move on over to the next.
Man. So tough.
Looks like Yanyo is a Flash fan. He's basically talked about every season of the Flash, and I like it. From Zoom to Quicksilver, Godspeed. He's got one of the multiverse Flashes, impressive as well. Like seeing that as well and going from there. I'm
going to go ahead. I'm going to reach a little bit, but for a hometown guy, Hassan Reddick, 78 overall, but he's a speed rusher. He matches the system I'm trying to do here. Going to be looking for some big things out of there. Passion Pit, the Cardinals are a sim. I appreciate that. By week 8 in the regular season, what overall do you think I could get Jared Goff up to? I'm hoping with it. It all depends on your play style. Morale has such a big influence in Madden. I could see you maybe getting him up to an 82 overall, but it's going to be tough. It's all going to depend on
practice.
Yeah. Getting your training up, performing well with him in a game. If you want Jared Goff to grow overalls, you're going to have a pass-heavy scheme. It's that simple. You're not going to get him. Yeah, you're not going to get him much XP by simply running the ball. As Is that back-to-back Temple picks? Rocky Sin, another Temple native coming off after I pick Hassan Reddick. I love it. But I did I practiced I promised that I would go ahead and roast Stevens Titans. Newt, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. If I am about to pick before I'm done roasting the Titans, I just need you to interrupt me, all right? But let's see. So, the Titans. Amari Cooper, solid pick. TJ Watt, I believe that one got auto-drafted for you, but I like it. Deion Jones is one of my favorite linebackers. That's someone who I wish I would have been able to get. I'm jealous. Matthew, that's a good pick. Adoree Jackson is staying in Tennessee. Fast guy, not the tallest, but he's going to be able to keep up with some guys. Taylor Motton, solid right tackle. Jerry Hughes, solid. Elton Jenkins, solid. Jimmy Ward, Jayon Brown, Jonathan Taylor, and Tua as your quarterback. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's another solid roster. I'm not scared of anything. In particular, I would like for you to go get yourself another wide receiver. I think that's what you need. More wide receiver. You're maybe some more defensive linemen.
I mean, if I was him, you got to go receiver next. There's still some good guys out there. There might be a defensive lineman that's there, but whoever the best pick between those two is who I would go with at that point in time if I was him.
Yep. So just got word San Francisco is auto picking, so we're going to go ahead. They get D.D. Westbrook and Max Crosby. Going to the Vikings. We talking about practice. Yes, sorry. Playoffs. Oh man, good times. I mean, here we go. Oh man, I guess they're just getting to the Titans now. Steven, I apologize. I don't think I did you too dirty. I think I did you okay.
As long as you do your practice, you're fine.
Yeah.
At the Vikings, 30 seconds left on the clock. It'll be interesting to see who. Oh, they picked.
No, it's a pause draft somehow. All right. Don't know what happened. I gave Bobby a little bit extra time. Bobby, don't say I never did nothing for you. Let's see. I went defense last round. I think I got to go offense. Not only do I have to go offense, I think I have to go and get someone who's going to be a difference maker. Someone who is going to get meaningful touches. A position that I don't have yet.
Yep. That's where I thought you were. Wow. Pretty solid, man. You can definitely still push that off. You got 7 guys who are still in the 80s. Olsen's still a big guy over there. I mean, that might be 2 more rounds from now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looks like everyone's pretty much went and gotten their tight ends. I mean, I like what I see there. I'm just going to pop over and look at wide receiver. See if there's any steals that I might be looking for, anything that I might want to look at for later rounds. And you know what? Oh man, I think we're good for right now. Yeah. Once Dallas makes their pick, man, it's tough. This is tough. Do I have a right guard? I don't have a right tackle and a left tackle. Might not be a bad idea to go get me a right guard.
Probably not a bad one. Your right guard's probably next. Not too many good ones left. Go back to your left tackle.
Not too many left guards left either.
Yeah, I would go left guard first because it just depends. It looks like there's better right guards than our left guards, but you definitely should go a right guard there.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You know, so we went ahead. We're starting to pick up again a little bit.
Well, Big Kalichi.
Kalichi Osemele. What? Yeah, that dude is an absolute tank. Lions get no love. You know what? Just for that, Fall Blade, since you were getting love from David earlier, it's time to give you a little bit of love right back. Especially since you got your pick coming up. Let's see if I can't try to predict what you're going to go. Where are you? You're the Lions. Let's go this way. All right. J.J. Watt, Levante David, Michael Pierce, Kyle Fuller. So you have 490 overall plus players. All of them are on defense. Then you have Chris Carson, Tyler Lewan, Shaq Mason, Marcus May, Deshaun Watson, Andrew Norwell, Carlos Edwards-Helaire, and Antoine Whitfield. You need wide receivers. That's what you need.
Good thing is have a good amount of them, you know.
Yeah.
A couple of burners. You saw some 90s sitting there, right? You still have some guys that are trying to do what they have to do. So not bad at all. Oh, look, there's a Des Bryant over there.
Yep. You know, if you were able to hear this before you picked,
Will Hernandez.
Yep. I'm hoping that you go wide receiver, man. I really do. I think that's what you're lacking right now. It would be nice to go ahead and see you get something that you really need.
Well, Dan, you know, as of now, most people might not know this. The city of El Paso has a 10 o'clock curfew, which is in 30 minutes from now where Newt it is. So we're going to sign off on ours and jump on yours and finish it and round it off and go from there. Newt, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Again, Ninja Assassin Newt, silent but deadly. I don't know if you want to check those texts over there, Dan, and kind of finalize those instructions. We do apologize. We didn't realize that there was a 10 o'clock curfew tonight, but there is because of what is going on outside.
Yep. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do is we've been going live now for 4 hours. I think it'd be safe to say that at this point, there's going to be a lot of people logging off here soon. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to leave the draft open. Anyone that would like to stay and draft, go ahead and do so. You guys are signing off. I'm going to sign off as well. I'll be back tomorrow with a stream. You can go if you want to go follow me over at the Passion Pit. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to continue to look at analysis. I'm going to start to create all my stuff. I'm going to do it live on stream. So if you're still interested and you still want to, keep up on what we're doing, I'm going to go through all teams in depth, make that tier list.